Music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the fray. Facts and logic with a twist of jest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor blows the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Machine Pun Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Welcome to the Pun Show. This is my second day streaming on Twitch. Looks like I got a couple of listeners from there too. So thank you for joining me. Today has been a hectic day for me. Had some bread issues, but I think I've got them all resolved now. Just gonna have to throw the bread in the oven after I'm done here. Oh, Blue Sky sent you. Awesome. And hi, Kelly. Hi, Resistance Kitty. Thank you again for everything you do for the show. And so anyway, how's it going? How's everybody doing? Happy Trump another day in hell day. Today I want to really spend a lot of time talking about the First Amendment, and there's a lot of things that I find really fascinating about the the Golden Age dream, the Golden Age stream. Awesome. So you got the admin thing to work, huh, Kitty? So I was thinking, love the Golden Age stream, if you know what I mean. The golden shower. Oh, huh. So so the I guess you're commenting as me there, Patsy. So anyway, the main thing I want to talk about, let's get our brain on, right? The thing I want to talk about first is the main thing I want to talk about today is the First Amendment. I think there's a lot of stuff that's going on that I think is really fascinating in terms of the First Amendment and where does it begin or where does it end? Where does obstruction begin? Where does it end? And where does somebody else's freedom begin? Like the thing with, does honking your horn count as obstruction of justice, or is that free speech? And what have the courts said about that? And what about these protesters that went into the church where the pastor was one of the heads of ICE and protested that church? Do those people have freedom of speech? Do those people have freedom of religion? Or, do the people that protested have freedom of speech? Do the people that were trying to have church service have a freedom of religion? And was that interrupted? Where does one freedom begin and one freedom end? I think that's a real conversation we need to have. And I think it's something to consider. The other part of that is like blaring your horn, or like at what point does protest become obstruction? And so I've looked into that, and I've got some things that we can discuss today. And we'll have those discussions in a minute. But first, I wanted to bring up this guy. I don't know if you saw it. This guy, his name is Chong Lai Scott Tao. He's a Laotian man who's lived here most of his life, and he is a naturalized American citizen. His mother is a nurse who helped the resistance in Laos, and that's why he's over here. A woman gave birth, and she adopted him, if I understand that correctly. And so ICE yesterday broke into his house and wouldn't let him show his ID, his proof of citizenship, according to like him and basically his entire family. The ICE agents are saying he refused to give them his ID. Based on his attire here, I can understand why he wouldn't have had it on them. He says he said he could go get it in another room, and they said no, they can't. So they dragged him outside and arrested him. They wouldn't let him even put on any clothes. It was 0 degrees outside, which I don't know if you've ever been to Minnesota, but 0 degrees is getting pretty cold. Like, I mean, it gets colder, but if you get that wind chill and stuff, like I remember when I lived there, I went to school at the University of Minnesota, and like you'd stare, like I'd take the bus to work, and I'd stare into the, onto the street waiting for the bus. And as I was staring, like the wind would freeze the tears in my eyeball, and you'd have to like close your eyes to thaw out your eyeballs every couple of minutes. That's how cold it gets. And then you'd have to like shut your mouth and kind of put your lips over your teeth and like run your tongue over it a little bit, because your spit would freeze to your teeth too if you were. Anyway, it's cold in Minnesota. You want to know how cold in Minnesota it gets? One day it got so cold, they had these Argentina penguins that were at the zoo, and it got to it was like 70 below, and the penguins had to come inside. When it's too cold for the penguins and Minnesotans, that's how you know it's cold. But it was like 70 below then. It's only like 0 below now. It's like the coldest day in CONUS history was like 100 miles away. So like this person says, I know how that fellow could have avoided this freezing walk, not be here illegally. But he was here legally. He is here legally. He's an American citizen. Don't just see brown people and assume that they're here illegally. ICE then said that, oh, well, he's living with 2 sex offenders. And he's not living with 2 sex offenders. He's living with his family. Nobody in his family has ever done anything illegal. He's never done anything legal. He's here legally. His entire family is legal. What happened is his son has a girlfriend who has a cousin who is a sex offender and lives with another sex offender, like nowhere near this guy's house. And he was borrowing his cousin's car, or his girlfriend's car. And the girlfriend, I guess, got it from her cousin or something. So anyway, ICE has no business. None of the people involved here are illegal immigrants. And ICE has no business executing law enforcement against people that live with sex predators anyway. And they didn't have a warrant. Like they did nothing at all. Everything they did here. And there's nothing illegal about living with somebody that's a registered sex offender, by the way. But they dragged this man out, this American citizen out of his house in his underwear. Wouldn't even let him. He's wearing Crocs. And they wouldn't even let him put on socks or shoes or clothes. They put his grandson's blanket over him. He's a 57-year-old man. And I have no idea why anybody. So like here, you've got, okay. So you got this guy saying, homie defends pedos. He's not a pedo. You don't get to just say he's a pedo and then do whatever you want to him. He's not a pedo. Nobody in the house is a pedophile. Nobody in the house has any connection at all to being a sex offender, and ICE has no authority at all to arrest sex offenders. ICE's authority begins and ends with naturalization, or with illegal immigrants. You're getting okay, you be you. I don't know exactly how you get a tattoo on a hole. Are you talking about getting one on your anus? Like, how does one get a tattoo on a hole? Because the hole, if you really think about it, the hole is air. So how do you get a tattoo on your hole? I mean, but if you want to get your anus tattooed because of you think you're going to get Muslim men to eat out of it, go ahead. It's kind of a weird fetish you have there. I don't know why you want Muslim men to eat your butthole. Or like, is that just like a general? Is it like you prefer Muslim men? Is that like a fetish you have? Okay, yes, and if you are an American citizen, you are not here illegally. See how that works? He is an American citizen. That's the problem. And he offered to show his ID and they wouldn't look at it. What's his name? His name is, I'll paste it in here because it's not spelled the way you might think. There's this capital letter L in there, but it's Chongli. And I'll actually, you know what? I'll also put it. Okay. Oh, wait. So here, do this. Oh, okay. So that's how it's spelled. Chongli Scott Tao. And you can look this up. But anyway, I guess, the MAGAs are just, ICE can do no wrong. This guy, you guys say, well, they should have stayed at home. This guy was an American citizen, literally just sitting in his own house, minding his own business. Neither he nor anybody in his family had ever done anything illegal. And then ICE comes blasting through the door, won't let him show them his ID. And then they drag him out in his underwear in 0-degree weather. And somehow MAGA still want to make it his fault that he did something wrong. And that's, this stuff, all you guys screaming, he's a pedo. He is not a pedo. There is no charge of him ever being a pedo or a sex offender or anything. This is what, what's her name? The South Dakota witch does, is she sits there and she puts out lies and casts aspersions on people and says things that aren't true. And then it turns out they're not true, but you people are too stupid to like fact check anything. And so then it's stuck to you. It's stuck. He's a pedo because she said so. Even though they showed the picture, they themselves now affirm he was not the guy they were after. But you've had it in your head that he's a pedophile. And you probably think he's a pedophile because you see him in his underwear there. Oh, this guy. The ICE agents are a broken people. They are. I don't know what is wrong. Like, honestly, I don't understand some people. Like, how can you look at this and say that this guy did anything wrong? He did nothing except live his life and be in his own house. They cannot legally detain people, including U.S. citizens. They can't. That is, I don't know where you got that, but ICE can, the only way that ICE can detain certain people, citizens, is under very, very limited circumstances. And this is not, if a citizen is if they're executing a federal warrant, they see somebody in the act of committing a crime, a federal crime, or they're physically impeding an ICE agent from being able to do their to carry out an assignment. This guy was sitting in his home and had no warrant. They had no warrant to go into his house. They had zero legal right to arrest him for anything. So when, like when you say, well, when you talk about the law and nobody's above the law, are ICE agents above the law? Does the law matter to you? Do your First Amendment rights matter to you? Does the Fourth Amendment matter to you? You can't just be right on everything. And I'd be upset if Joe Biden was president and ICE agents went into your house and just arrest you and called you a pedo. Okay. All right. So you support ICE. Well, that's good for you, but do you support law breaking? Oh, 56-year-old man. I'm sorry, I thought it was 57. His hometown is in St. Paul, Minnesota. He was raided by federal immigration and customs enforcement. And they had no right. They had no right at all. He was sitting in his home, not doing anything at all. He wasn't fighting officers. He was sitting in his house. Patriot Act has nothing to do with this. Like just saying words, like what do you got, like Trump's Tourette's or something? That's what I think I'm going to start calling it, Patsy. Trump's Tourette's. Trump's Tourette's is when you just start shouting random things when like you have to admit that you're wrong. And Patriot Act, duh. What's another one? Trans. Yeah, you've got Trump's Tourette's. I think that's, you guys talk about TDS. I'm going to start talking about TTS, Trump Tourette syndrome. And by the way, yelling TDS is a sign of TTS. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So I've got I don't know what to call you, Kitty, but my dear friend who is volunteered to help me moderate the comments. We're trying to get the comments to where they don't become a distraction from the show, because we have two types of listeners. We have trolls and we have people that genuinely want to listen and engage on both sides of the argument. And I'm really proud of the fact that people that disagree with me can still like come on the show and be heard. And we feature their comments and things like that. We want to engage in conversation, but we don't want to engage in trolls, and we don't want to entertain trolls. So it's hard to like have the show and take care of all that at the same time. So my friend, she pops up in the comments every now and then, named Kitty, Resistance Kitty. She's helping me moderate the comments. So they did let him go. So they did let him go eventually. How long was he detained? That's a good question. But the question is not whether they let him go. It's why did they ever have him detained at all? Again, this is a guy. I don't know how much more clear I can be about this. This is a guy who the only thing he was doing was sitting in his own house. I don't know, he's maybe watching TV in his undies or something. Maybe he was sleeping. I don't even know what he was doing. They just barge into his house and drag him out because he had the audacity to have more skin pigment than Stephen Miller. Approximately 1 or 2 hours on Sunday. According to multiple reports, agents drove him around for nearly an hour, questioned and fingerprinted him, and only after running his information did they realize he was a U.S. citizen with no criminal record. He was then returned to his home without explanation or apology. So he never did anything wrong. He is a citizen. There's no apology. The incident involved ICE agents breaking down his door. I don't think they offered to pay to fix his door, without a warrant, which is illegal, detaining him at gunpoint in front of his family, and taking him outside in 12-degree weather while wearing only underwear and Crocs. D.S. Saints claims they were looking for 2 convicted sex offenders at the address. They have no business looking for, ICE agents have no business looking for convicted sex offenders unless they were, there is a certain circumstance where if they were, if this was a convicted sex offenders who were here illegally and then not deported yet because ICE hadn't come, then that's one thing. But then you can still, you don't have to break open the door. They had the wrong house. They say that he matched the description and refused to be fingerprinted or facially ID'd. However, Tao's family categorically disputes this account, stating he's a naturalized U.S. citizen with no criminal record who went willingly because he was afraid, and that ICE should have known from the start he wasn't who they were looking for. And they released pictures, and the pictures that of the guy they were looking for is like 30 years younger than him. So he didn't look anything like the guy. They should have known right away, and they could have just knocked on the friggin' door. Yet the left does more cruelty than MAGA. I don't know what that means or what relevance it has. This is, what did we call it? TTS. How come y'all hated masks? Because how come you used to hate masks? Oh, yeah, I'd say, yeah. You're pointing out the right side of the hypocrisy. Sorry. Yeah, they hated masks until, I was thinking, like we used to say, during COVID, the saying was, I wear my mask to protect you, not me. Because the way that masks works is they don't really prevent you from breathing in the COVID virus, but in order to breathe it out, it limits the size of the COVID droplets or whatever they were called that come out. So if everybody wears masks, then nobody shares it. But if you have like 3 people that aren't wearing masks, everybody else in the room can get it. And there were studies done like this. It's not about like protecting you. It's about protecting myself from the disease. It's protecting you from the disease. If I have it, then I won't infect you. And so then the saying was, I'm wearing a mask to protect you, not me. Well, the ICE agents are protecting themselves, not you. I wouldn't want anybody to know my face if I was doing this kind of thing too. He was detained illegally. Leave the country. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, they're talking like Donald Trump wants to just like start stripping citizenship away from anybody he doesn't like. Hang on a second. All right, sorry. Had to type a message for my buddy there. All right. Power is tearing human minds to pieces. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in a new shape of your own choosing. Ooh, that's a good quote. That's a good quote. I don't know what you're talking about. What laws are you talking about, Feline? I honestly don't even know which way you mean. Like, who needs to learn what laws in America? Help me understand what you're saying. You don't even know the laws, she says. All right. But what laws don't we know? Teach us, please. Known, had you anything to say when Obama and Bush and everybody else? I don't think Obama and Bush and everybody else ever did this. I don't recall Obama or Bush ever sicking 4,500 or however many it is. I say, is it up to, I think it was 2,500, and then they said they were going to add 2,000 more or something. They never did this. They deported people, and this is one of those straw man deflections. Again, this is an American citizen right here. ICE wasn't going out breaking down the doors of American citizens and dragging them out with a warrant under Obama or Biden or Bush or anybody else. And I definitely am no fan of Bush. And I actually think that there was some overreach with Obama and Biden. I don't entirely agree with what they did in their immigration policy, but they never did any of this. So when you say, why weren't you complaining when they did this? Because they didn't do this. There was no warrant. Once the warrant was issued, you have no expectation of privacy in your home, and anyone can be detained. There is a difference between detention and arrest. But there was no warrant. If there's not a warrant, then that kind of blows up your whole argument, doesn't it, Lily? Do you twitch when you queef? I don't even know what that means. ICE are all criminals. They don't obey our laws. They had no warrant. They are that's the point. They had no warrant. Like all the other stuff, like he didn't do anything illegal. They did. I don't like, there's no question about that. That's not even a discussion. You have the right to remain silent. And when you do, they have to investigate everyone. And that's where Americans step in. Obama made it legal to hold any American. No, he didn't. Nothing you're like, can you see what he's talking about, Patsy? I have no idea what you're talking about. You have the right to remain silent. And when you do, they investigate everyone. And again, they were in the wrong house. They admit they were wrong. Sitting in. Well, sitting in your home protects you from the Fourth Amendment. Put it this way. The Fourth Amendment makes it illegal for the government to come in and arrest you for no reason. Do you appreciate, like, do you still think that the Bill of Rights applies? Does the Constitution matter? I don't know if I rattled you, but that would be saber rattling. Okay. They had a warrant for, they didn't have a warrant for his house. And they absolutely have the right to detain on. No, they don't. First of all, your First Amendment right can be taken away by a judge roughly at any time. Not really. Years of neglect on this had nothing to do with the borders. On Gen X. I don't know what being a boomer would have to do with anything other, but I'm Gen X, not a boomer. You guys forget that Gen X exists, little kids. The Fourth Amendment applies to Americans. Yes, it does. Why don't you try standing for your country? I did. I served in the military. I'm using all the facts, Saber. Okay, again. Where was that? Okay, here we go. Let me just share this with you. For the if you truly believe that you're, can you put back up the one where the guy said that he would be willing to admit when he was wrong? Because I'm about to show him that he was wrong. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, whoops, was that? So wrong screen here. So, all right. So, sorry. There we go. On Sunday, January 29th, 2026, ICE agents broke down the door of Chong-Li Scott Tao's St. Paul home without a warrant. See those three words right there? Without a warrant. Do you know what that means? That means they didn't have a warrant. They didn't have a warrant. There was no warrant issued. There is no warrant, and you have an expectation of privacy when they don't have a warrant. And it wasn't a no-knock warrant either, because it wasn't a warrant at all. But even if it was a warrant, it wouldn't have been a no-knock warrant. You can't just go breaking down people's houses because you're an ICE agent. Like, there wasn't a warrant. So, Saber, if you're wrong, admit it. And I am using the facts. You're ignoring the facts. There wasn't a warrant. Okay, so that's enough on this. I've got other things that I want to go into that are, but I just wanted to. I'm just amazed that some of you can't even look at that. Something so blatant, so brazen, like the Fourth Amendment, literally says. Somebody had just pointed out the. I'm going to read the Fourth Amendment to you, okay? This is according to the United States Constitution. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. He was not in the warrant. There was no house in the warrant. There was no warrant. And he has a right, in spite of what some of you are saying. Yes, you have a right to be secure in your house, according to the Fourth Amendment. It says the right of the people to be secure in their houses. That is what the Fourth Amendment actually says. So, if you're going to sit there and go all, shall not be infringed, shall not be infringed. Well, what about secure in your own houses? Okay, so Kitty, thank you. So, all right, this is the answer to the question of whether or not Barack Obama, made it okay to entertain people or whatever. No, President Obama did not sign a law that specifically lets the U.S. government hold Americans for 8 days just because they're citizens. Here's what is actually going on. There's no law allowing arbitrary 8-day detention of U.S. citizens. There is no statute that says the government can detain any U.S. citizen for a set period, like 8 days, without charge simply because of their citizenship status. U.S. citizens are protected by the Constitution, which generally requires probable cause. So that's just, I don't know where you got that made up thing, but that is clearly just a made up thing. Some of the things that you have to live inside the MAGA bubble. It's like, is it like that whole Tom Cruise thing with, that cult? Is it like that where you have to go through layers and each layer you learn a whole new set of weirdo conspiracies that are just total lies? No, that's and it's like you can't. It's impossible to keep up with all the weird MAGA talking points because they're all made up. And so we're like people can just make up things on the spur of the moment. Okay. Okay. This is thank you. So this is okay. So they don't say anything about citizens on their web page. So yeah. So I don't know if you can do like an AI search of some sort. I'm pretty sure that there's only very limited circumstances where ICE can detain citizens. But this actually, I think, is an interesting thing, is that ICE is not required to track when they arrest or detain citizens at all. Like they don't have to keep track of that. And they're not supposed to be able to do it. And this is why, Christine OM is out there lying about it, even though it's clearly obvious that ICE has done it many times, like over 170, according to this Politico report. They're not supposed to detain citizens. They don't have that authority, and they don't keep track of it. And this, I think we should all, I don't even understand why this would be a partisan thing, but it's probably going to be. I think that ICE should be required to track when they detain citizens. Where is this article? I cannot find any article stating that I submitted fault entering into the wrong. I don't know what you're saying. That's just I just asked Claude, the AI. I'll see what they. Okay, here's. I'll show you the. This is the source that they point to. Okay. So this is from CBS News. In an online fundraiser, they say ICE agents broke down the door, entered with weapons drawn, and handcuffed Tao inside his home without showing a warrant. So there you go. Where's your article on not finding anything? Dude, I mean, at some point you can just do your own Google search. Like, this is not like some hidden grain of rice in a mountain of other rice. This is reported all over the place. Just read an article. They can't comprehend the stick authoritarian fantasy from reality. I agree. Do you support ICE when they arrest murderers and rapists? I think this is a fair question. And yes, I do. I think that this is actually one of the issues I have with the way ICE is being used right now. And I talked about this just a couple of times on the show already. What happens, and this is probably what they were looking for with the, 2 sex offenders, is what happens is that people get charged with and convicted of crimes, And then once they're convicted of that crime and serve their sentence, they're let out of jail because they've done their time and it's illegal to hold them. It's also illegal for, like, states don't have the means, legal or financial, to deport people. That's what ICE is there for. So what they do is they alert ICE, hey, we've got this convicted sex offender that is getting let out. You need to come pick him up. But if ICE doesn't come pick him up, they still have to let him out. And so then they let him out, and ICE doesn't show up, and they let him out because that's what they are required by law to do. So the issue is actually ICE has not been picking these people up. It has nothing to do with sanctuary cities or sanctuary states or anything like that. It's to do with ICE. And now they've always been saying, we just don't have the manpower. We just don't have the funding. And that's why we let it happen. But now they have all this manpower. They have all this funding, and they're not using it to actually go after the worst of the worst. They're not actually trying to find the sex offenders and the rapists and the murderers. So I don't have a problem with ICE picking up those people. What I have a problem with is that only, at least in the Minnesota raids, it only accounts for 8.5% of all the people they've arrested. And they've only picked up a tiny percentage of the people that fit that bill. It's who they're picking up that bothers me. It's not who they're, it's not the fact that they're, going after rapists and murderers. I would be happy if they were going after the rapists and the murderers. But they're picking up people that aren't rapists and murderers, that are citizens, while the rapists and murderers who are illegally here walk free. Do you have a problem with that? Because I do. The First Amendment ends when you intrude other people's rights. I think that's a fairly, I think that's pretty consistent with what I believe. And we'll get into that in a second. But I think that is a good rule of thumb. I already showed you the CBS, and it's like, like you could actually read a news article. I agree. You should not break down people's doors, especially if you're a nice agent. And they didn't have a warrant, and I meant that, but that doesn't mean Barack Obama didn't. Barack Obama didn't pass any bills. I don't know what bill you're talking about. Like, if you could be more specific, but I don't know what I am not aware of anything remotely. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, the what bill? Like, if you could tell me the bill. Okay, but it's not about whether or not it's AI. I showed you the actual, link from AI. Okay, I came into this not knowing what you were asking, but Barack Obama did pass the Defense Authorization Act that allows U.S. citizens. Oh, okay, so you're saying Barack Obama passed the Defense Authorization Act that allows U.S. citizens to be held without trial and without charges indefinitely. I'll have to look into that. But that's not really relevant here. I think it's worth a discussion to have. But that's not what happened here. I think there are specific things where, like you can be held without charges, like what happened with the January 6th criminals. And there are certain circumstances under which people can be held, where they're like a danger to society or something. But this is just a guy was sitting around in his own house, kicking around in his undies when he got arrested. And it's also who's doing the arresting. Like, ICE agents have very, very limited scope. And they have very limited circumstances under which they can arrest an American citizen. Yeah, okay, that's just a wasted comment. All right, sorry. I need to let my okay, I looked it up and there was no warrant. It's a bleep up, but it happens in every. Okay, but the guy who was dragged out in his underwear with a blanket, to him that's more than just a bleep up. You can't just make excuses for ICE and then dismiss all the criticisms of ICE. Like there's valid reasons to criticize ICE for this. And it's all of the things put together. Going up to people in the gas station and beating the crap out of them because they have an accent. And it's always brown people. They believe it or not, they arrested, I think, at least 3 Native Americans because they were here illegally. Like at some point, you have to say, maybe ICE is going too far. Maybe ICE needs to be taken in a bit. I bet you believe. I bet this guy believes, Nicholas. I bet you believe that China manufactured COVID and released it upon the world to keep Donald Trump from being reelected or something too. Like it's always like the people that are the most gullible and repeat the most lies that are like when you show them proof, they're like, ooh, oh, that's not fair. I don't believe it. Yeah, all the news I don't agree with is a lie. Yeah. Let me be clear on this in case you haven't seen her previous comments, Chris. I don't allow slurs on my channel. I don't like racist slurs, and I don't like disability slurs. You can find all kinds of creative ways to insult people. And insult me all you want. Just don't use the R word. I have too many friends that have children with Down syndrome, and I just find it personally repugnant and abhorrent. And I hope you say that to the wrong father one day and you find out firsthand how it's not a cool word. Okay. Yes, I cited the reasons, and yes, one of the reasons they can do it is not actively interfering with arrest or investigation. The word in the and we'll get into this in a minute, is forcibly. Like they have to physically be interceding. That's what the law says, and that's what the courts have determined. But yes, if you are forcefully trying to prevent ICE from carrying out their job, you can arrest them. This guy was sitting in his own house. He was doing nothing, none of that. The limits on ICE are there, and you can't just say, well, they can do it if they're doing this, and when they're not doing that, it doesn't make that go away. In sanctuary cities, they don't allow yes. In sanctuary cities, they don't allow cooperation with ICE, but there's a difference between cooperation and interference with ICE, and it's also when you're talking about. You're talking about different things. They don't cooperate with ICE in trying to arrest and find and use police forces to detain undocumented migrants who aren't a danger to society. They do report them when they're convicted of crimes and when their sentences are done. They report them to ICE. That's how ICE knows they're there, because they've been reported. And so they report them to ICE, and ICE is supposed to come pick them up and arrest and deport them. But ICE doesn't do that. That's not on the state of Minnesota or Texas or Florida or Arizona or any other state in the country. There are 1.5 million people right now who are here illegally and have completed their prison sentences who are walking about freely in the United States. And every one of those cases is because ICE didn't come pick them up after they finished their prison sentence. Oh, so Salty got the boot. ICE is going after the worst of the worst. No, they're not. That's what I just went through a great deal of trouble talking about. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Jeff is agreeing with me. Guys isn't going after the worst of the worst. Stop acting like they are your tools. Mowing landscaper isn't a criminal. People trying to go through the process of becoming citizens. Yeah, that one's the one that really gets me, is when they're like camping out in immigration court trying to arrest people who are trying to do it the legal way. That's actually not how the law defines it, and it's not how Trump defined it. Like, this is, but when he was running, he was saying he was the one making this distinction between just being here as an undocumented migrant and, being here illegally and being the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst. I use that expression because that's what his expression was. He wasn't talking about all migrants when he said the worst of the worst. And that's him. That is the thing he said. What did Goofy Gobbler say? Anyway. What are the statistics that Kristi Noem made up? I mean, it all depends. Like, there's a lot of confusion in this because there's different words that get bandied about and mean different things, but get used interchangeably. One thing is arrest, all right, and the arrest and detained are actually two different things. Charged is another thing, and you can be detained but not arrested. You can be arrested and not charged. And they use all three words and jumble them together. And then there's like criminal records versus, like what kind of criminal records. Well, if you're talking about the rapists and the murderers and, like the violent criminals versus somebody that got a traffic ticket 15 years ago, then you're talking about apples and oranges there. Like, people that ran a yellow light aren't exactly the worst of the worst. I'm here. What is this channel about? This channel is about trying to have honest political conversations. All right. ICE literally broke down a door. I mean, they broke open this guy's door. Yeah. Well, he's already taking away our Fourth Amendment rights. And it's funny that the Second Amendment protects the First Amendment crowd is like really quick to like talk about how the First Amendment should be taken away. You realize they cannot? Yes, they can. I don't realize that because it's not true. I mean, like, I think you guys watch too much Fox News. Yes, ICE can arrest illegal immigrants in blue states. ICE just can't tell the police to go out and arrest people in blue states. They don't have authority to tell the local police what to do. And in sanctuary states and sanctuary cities, the issue is not whether or not they can do those things. It's about whether they can arrest people or deport people or whatever. It's about how much cooperation the state police and the local police give them. That is part of the 10th Amendment. That is something that the states still have a right to decide. No, this is how I want to use my police force. There's other things that need to be done. And when you're doing these things where you're going after nonviolent people, you're not going after violent people, whether they're citizens or immigrants. Okay. So this is about the thing. Thanks, Kitty, for finding this. In very narrow national security circumstances, the NDAA has been interpreted to allow detention without criminal charges, but it is not a blanket power. It is heavily contested, and it does not override constitutional rights. Here's the clear, no-spin version. What people mean when they say when they ask this, they're usually talking about the the Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2012 and its detention provisions tied to the post 9/11. So I think that's what you're talking about. Can you do a follow-up question and ask what kind of circumstances it applies or has applied? But I think there are certain very, very narrow circumstances where that's applied. But this is not like, oh, you broke into some Haman guy's house and dragged him off into jail because he looks like somebody that's 30 years younger or something. Like, no, that doesn't apply. I don't think he's going to revoke the Second Amendment, maybe just for Democrats, but he's disregarding the Fourth Amendment. I mean, I don't think he's going to. I think he is doing it. I think that the Hmong man, who literally just had his Fourth Amendment violated, would agree. And also, you know, the whole thing where he, like with James Comey and all these mortgage fraud bogus things where he can't even get a qualified attorney to prosecute for, those are also violations of the Fourth Amendment. He has consistently and steadily just peed on the Fourth Amendment. So, like, is he going to revoke it? No. But is he going to ignore it? Like, he can't revoke it, but he can just pretend it's not there and do whatever he wants anyway. And people like you will be there to defend him. Although I answered for Tarot Queen, and she believes he will. And, you know, I mean, whether it's literally taking it away and writing an amendment to take away the amendment or just pretending it's not there doesn't make any difference. I mean, if you can just ignore the amendment, do you need to take it away? If anything has been too lenient on them. Okay, based on what? Like your hyperbolic messaging here? Anyway, so that's enough on that guy. I didn't mean to go into this much detail, but I think it'll come, some of this conversation will come back. The next thing I want to talk about, and hopefully somebody can actually, is this whole Greenland situation. And there's all this talk about how Greenland, Donald Trump wants Greenland because it's got these resources, and, you know, like with climate change, which isn't real, by the way, and, you know, it's opening up these shipping lanes. And so these shipping lanes, which only exist because of climate change, when climate change isn't real or whatever, they want to get Greenland. They want to make Greenland part of America, even though they can still use the shipping lanes, still have military bases there, and still have access to the resources they want, the rare earth minerals they want. They can still have all of that. No, he wants the color of the map to change. And he's willing to risk war with Europe, or risk, at the very least, ending NATO over it. And I haven't seen a lot of Trump supporters come out and just blatantly say that they're for it. But I've seen people point out that Truman also wanted to purchase Greenland, as though, like, it's not as crazy as it makes it sound. Truman tried to purchase it too. Well, one, there's a few differences. One, Truman wanted to purchase it, but he took no for an answer. Like, he was told no, and he said okay. He didn't try and press a World War III over it. Number two, and this is the part where I find this incredibly ironic, is Truman is actually the president who is responsible for NATO. Truman is the one who, like, of all the world leaders at the time and everybody, Truman was one of the individuals most responsible for NATO existing. And Donald Trump is like ready to tear NATO down over Greenland. Truman wanted Greenland, but Truman wanted NATO more. Donald Trump wants Greenland and he wants to get rid of NATO. So the difference is not, oh, well, he wanted to purchase it or whatever. The other thing about this is we're talking about 75 years ago. And I think before that, like there was somebody in the 1860s or something that tried to purchase it. The United States has been trying to get it for 160 years. And, I mean, that's not quite an honest interpretation of it. The honest interpretation of it is like two presidents have tried to do it. Like one was 150 years ago and one was 75 years ago. And both were just like, okay. There's the whole thing about, then there's the whole issue that Greenland does not want to belong to the United States. And so just as an American and somebody that believes in like American values, do you agree or disagree with the fact that people are autonomous, that nations are autonomous, that Greenland should have a right to decide for itself whether it becomes a part of America? Like even like with Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico has votes on whether it wants to become a state, whether it wants to become independent. We honor what people choose. Puerto Rico gets a little dicey because we don't know, like, I don't want to go into all that, but states have to vote on whether or not they want to be states. We can't just force everybody in Greenland to take $100,000 and become part of America, whether they like it or not. And Denmark, it's just, this is what I was saying yesterday too about, like you get in a hot bath and at first it's too hot, but then as your body adjusts, you turn up the heat again and you make it even hotter. This is how we adjust to Trump's hyperbolic things. Like he says something and we adjust to that, and then once we adjust to it, he turns up the heat, and then once we adjust to it, he turns up the heat. So first it was, oh, he's just joking. Now it's, well, he's not the first one. Then it was, well, he just wants to buy it. But right now we're about to have another trade war with Europe because Donald Trump decided he wanted to own Greenland. Just woke up one day and decided he wanted to. Maybe it's because he tried to trade Here's what I think happened. I mean, call me crazy. Remember back when in his first term, there was the big tornado that wiped out Puerto Rico? And he had to go to Puerto Rico, and he didn't even know Puerto Rico was part of America. And so he went to Puerto Rico and threw paper towels at everybody. Well, it was on that trip that he quipped that he would like to trade Puerto Rico for Greenland, as though like they're baseball cards or something. And they told him, no, you can't really do that. And so then I think he had this thought come to his head. And so he's like, well, wait, maybe we can buy it. And so he's wanted to buy it. And then there's this guy, the heir to Estee Lauder. Can't think of his name right now, but he's been buzzing in Trump's ear about that because he's got a bunch of financial stake in this, and he owns all the newspapers up there, and he's trying to like manipulate everybody through that. So it's once again, it's about Trump's ego and his friends' money. It has nothing to do with national security. Do you really want to, if you really cared about national security, you wouldn't dissolve NATO. Imagine, like, are you ready to shut down all our bases in Europe? Like, can you, like, that would affect our national security more than just being able to build a bases. And we can build bases in Greenland right now. There's nothing at all from a national security point that changes if we own Greenland. So just checking to see if there's any actual we could take NATO as though it's like a wrestling match or something. Why do we want to take NATO? Why do we want Greenland? Like, why is it that it's like if you could have a football team and you could have any quarterback in history be the quarterback on that football team, I would want Tom Brady to be my quarterback. That doesn't mean I don't need a wide receiver. Like, we still need allies. We might be the biggest bully on the block, but we still need allies. We still need teammates. I was baffled by the Greenland thing at first. Then I really started paying attention to the revolution in Iran, and it all makes sense. Greenland is the smokescreen for I don't know what makes sense there. I don't know how you're tying Greenland to Iran. So what you're saying, you've got more information about what's going on in this world. And did I say that? I don't recall saying that. Honestly, whatever information Trump has access to, I don't think he learns it. He doesn't like really do his daily briefings thing. Nobody tells Trump anything. He just decides what he's going to listen to and not listen to. Donald Trump is not the smart man that you think he is. Donald Trump is really he's a flippin' idiot. He really is. He's a dumb person. You know, people debate whether or not he's got a dementia or whatever. And, like I like to say, he's not playing three-dimensional chess. He's playing three-dimensional chess. But I mean, whatever brain was there is clearly no longer there. And it was never, like that big of a brain in the first place. This is a guy that had to pay somebody to take the SATs for him. This is a guy whose professor at Wharton called him the dumbest student he's ever had. This is a guy that is so dumb that he thought other countries paid terrorists. Like he's supposedly this economics expert and he doesn't know how tariffs work. Donald Trump is a legitimately dumb man that doesn't, and he's also, and this is more important, he's also innately uncurious. And I find that intelligence and curiosity go together a lot. If you actually want to learn, you do, but I think if you're intelligent, you are innately curious. Donald Trump is neither curious nor intelligent. So having access to that information doesn't really mean that he's informed. You can walk around in the library and not know a damn thing. Taking Greenland makes sense because we can take what we want. LOL. If Europe wants us to play. Yes. If I can beat up the kid and take his lunch money, then that makes it okay. Okay, sorry. It's a Space Force base, and no one really. No, but we have a treaty, Skippy, that allows us to put more bases there. And so, like if we really needed to defend Greenland from Russia or whatever, I mean, this is all just made up stuff. It's nonsense. And if it's not nonsense, fine, go through Congress. Actually have a debate, have a discussion. Just, I'm going to impose, like, the whole way he's doing it is just being a dick. You realize we can't just do as we please in Greenland and Denmark. And then he writes, this to me was like irony draped in stupidity dressed in more irony. Like that he wrote the president of Norway saying that they were going to take Greenland because Norway didn't give him the Nobel Prize. So he's like going to go to war with Norway because Denmark didn't give him Greenland. Like, this is in Norway, the nation of Norway doesn't even give the Nobel Prize. It just the people that give it are Norwegian. MAGA are so ignorant, not even WWE could write. Yes, they tried to write him in as a character, right? A dumb man on YouTube calls the president stupid. Yes, and no MAGA ever insulted Joe Biden's intelligence. Donald Trump literally takes way too much aspirin because he doesn't want thick blood pumping through his heart. That's not me that said that. That's him. Like, he says legitimately stupid things while he's explaining them to people as though he somehow knows more. Donald Trump has the whole market thing is just a red herring. Of all the idiots who are pro-war and are okay with taking over Greenland, go enlist. Yes. And that was the other thing. Like, the whole, when people say, oh, I voted for this. No, you didn't. I don't recall campaign promises that he was going to conquer Greenland. But Trump says that he didn't take care of his father's real estate business. The guy who went to jail for him did. That's why Trump's not in jail. He said he didn't have anything to do with all of that stuff. So that's why what forget his name, not why the guy that was the CEO of Trump Enterprise. And by the way, like, if he had just taken the money that he inherited from his dad and just invested it in the stock market and gotten like the standard growth rate from that, he would have been more worth more money than he is now. And he bankrupted multiple casinos, and he's bankrupted a whole bunch of other companies. It's not like he's a business genius, and he doesn't know how tariffs work, and he thinks that, you know, thick blood pumping through your heart is bad. How can you say? Because he's not. He didn't start a real estate company. He inherited one. And he's president of the United States. Do you think that you're smarter than Joe Biden? Like, people that spent years insulting Joe Biden's intelligence, now all of a sudden being president means you're a genius. Like, which is it? Pick one. Okay, I know more than you. I don't know everything, but and when I don't know, I'm willing to learn. All right, so, well, there's a bunch of them on my channel for some reason. All right, so now let's go into what I really wanted to talk about today, which is the First Amendment. And I'm going to spend some time on this. There's a couple of things that I've been looking into, and I feel like there's the four aspects of the First Amendment. If you know, there's the freedom of speech, like, you can't be arrested for what you say. There's the freedom to protest. There's the freedom of the press, and there's the freedom of religion. Those are the four things that are protected by the First Amendment. So actually, when we talk about the Bill of Rights, a lot of the rights we talk about are just contained in that First Amendment. There's a couple of situations that have come up which actually require a real conversation about when those rights end and when obstruction begins, or when violating another person's rights begin. And so, like, somebody had posted on here a couple of times that they said your rights end where mine begin, and that's a good kind of rule of thumb, like I said. So there's a couple of situations going on. One is like people driving around and blaring their horns and stuff like that when it comes and when they're following ICE. They're not getting in ICE's way, they're not doing anything, but they're still warning immigrants that ICE is coming. And there's apps and things like that, and you've got people from the Trump administration saying that You know, these apps should be deplatformed, and some apps have been deplatformed. But are they illegal? That's a real question, and it's one that deserves an honest conversation and not just a reflexive knee-jerk conversation. And so I want to talk about that, and what does the actual statute say, and what is the actual court history on this. The other thing is this issue with Don Lemon and the protesters that went into the church, and you know, like they found out that the pastor of the church, the head pastor of that church, was also like one of the head ICE agents in the area. And so they went in there and they protested. They interrupted the church meeting, which is a violation of the PACE Act. It's the same act that protects abortion clinics from people, you know, protesting there and impeding people from being able to get abortions. And then, so there's the freedom of religion, right? Like, can I practice my religion without you coming in and yelling and interfering with my religious practice? Then there's also the whole thing with Don Lemon. And Don Lemon says he was covering the story. He's just being a reporter. And so does he, so in this one thing, you've got the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, the freedom of religion, and the freedom to protest. All four of these things involved in this one thing. And you say, and I think it's easy for us to just follow along party lines in this discussion. But then you also, in contrast to this, you had people that said they were members of the press that were involved in January 6th and the insurrection, and they were prosecuted under Joe Biden. And, you know, like they had on helmet cams, and they'd say they were members of the press and the independent media, which is what Don Lemon is now. And some of them were like clearly just participating in the riot. Like, some of them, there was cases where they just like put on a helmet cam and just claimed they were meaty members of the press while they were actively joining in the riot. They weren't just recording it. They weren't just reporting it. They were participating in it. And so some of them were prosecuted. There were also some that seemed to have just been there and reporting it, and they were prosecuted for trespassing and whatnot. They entered the Capitol and they didn't like physically assault anybody, but they were still prosecuted. And so what's the difference? Like, I think that a lot of people might leap to Lemon's defense, having been you know, one of the critics of those members of the press, or leapt to the defense of those people and now are saying that Lemon should be prosecuted. Like, I think that sometimes it's good to look at things from the other perspective and consider, am I being consistent? Am I being logically consistent? So I think that this is just my opinion, and I'll share some more in a minute from a doc that I created, but just overall, so you know where I stand, I think that the people who trespassed into that church broke the law, and I think they should be prosecuted. I do not, you know, I don't think you can go into somebody. The people that were in that church had nothing to do with ICE. The guy wasn't even there. The pastor wasn't even there. They had like another pastor. The pastor that was there asked them to leave. They didn't physically hurt anybody or assault anybody. So I think that, you know, the prosecution should be limited to that statute and not extend to other statutes like Pam Bondi is suggesting. But I do believe they broke the law, and I do believe it's fair to prosecute them for breaking the law. However, Lemon did not join in all he did was act as a reporter. He did not join in the chanting or any disruption. So I'm not sure if he does. I think that's a fair. If they charge him, I wouldn't protest. If he, but I think he's got a good legal defense that he is a member of the press. I think I just think that however you look at it, you need to be consistent. And if you think that the press people that participated in January 6th should have been prosecuted, you should have the same sense with Bob Lemon. And if you thought that they were protected by the press, by the First Amendment, then you should have the same feeling with Bob Lemon. I think that these things are tied close enough together that you can't separate them. The other thing that I've been thinking about related to all this is just the morality of it, not just the legality, but the morality. And like I've said so on this show before, legality and morality don't always seem to tie together. And so there was, if you remember, about 15 years ago, the Westboro Baptist Church was protesting funerals of American soldiers who were killed in action. And they were saying this is God's punishment because of gays. And they were like calling the soldiers homos and, protesting the actual funerals, which is like, if you're a member of that family and you're mourning your child or your brother or your husband, then that's pretty gross to have somebody sit there and say God wanted your loved one to die and this is punishment because gay people exist. And so when you're talking about just protection of Christians or whatever, what about Christians that, funerals, as far as I know, are, there's all kinds of religious, but what about the people that were trying to conduct a religious ceremony, which funerals are? Do they have a right to be protected from protesters? Or is it only the people whose church you agree with or the protesters you disagree with that deserve protection? I feel like there needs to be consistency, and we tend to like put everything in compartments. We compartmentalize everything. And so this is what my side says here, and this is what my side says there. And even though that's not consistent, and you can be from the left and the right, can both compartmentalize these things. And that's why I want to talk about those things, because I think this is a fair place to start an actual conversation to where we can actually have real thoughtfulness. And this is what I think America lacks and America needs. We need to have thoughtfulness. So interesting. Not one person. Okay. They did it from public sidewalks, but does that make it morally okay? That's why I said I'm not worried about, like, in this case, I specified, let's talk about the morality of it, not the legality of it. Does that make it okay? Like, just as a human being, and you see this family trying to bury their loved one, like, why as a human being would it be okay for you to torment these people whose child died for their country? Why you're morally okay with it because it happened from a public sidewalks? Anyway, lots of earnest self-reflection here. I don't know what you're talking about. They're not terrorists. I mean, like, terrorists, one thing we need to do is start using words that actually mean the things that they say. Okay, a terrorist is resorting to violence to achieve political change. Not one of the people there in that protest was actually being violent. There were no arrests for anything to do with violence. So they weren't terrorists. Stop calling people that protest things you agree with terrorists. This is something that really bothers me about what Pam Bondi does. Is she's been throwing around this word domestic terrorists. And domestic terrorists, like January 6th, if you want to talk about domestic terrorism, January 6th was pretty violent. 140 cops were injured. Like, oh, nobody died, or the only one that died was the one that got shot by the cop, and blah, 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 blah. And I get so tired of going around these circles. 140 cops were beaten. One lost an eye. Another one, like, literally died and came back to life. That was a violent riot gotten out of hand. You can't say it wasn't violent. And it was planned. We know this because people were convicted of actually planning it. Don Lemon is a failure and going to jail. Well, if he goes to jail, if he gets convicted of a crime, he should go to jail. I mean, I'm not. I think the law should be enforced, but I don't think it should be enforced selectively. I think if you're going to pardon people who did the exact same thing that Don Lemon did and then prosecute Don Lemon, that seems pretty selective. Vernon did. I don't know who Vernon. Oh, is Vernon somebody in the comments? MAGA does a pretty good job of making itself look bad. Yes, I don't know. Like, didn't I say that? I'm pretty sure I said that. I said it's violent. I said that. I even quoted the crime that they committed. And I said that they were wrong. That they committed a crime. I don't know why you're trying to correct me on this. But are you then also admitting that the people on January 6th committed a crime? The same. I mean, did people on January 6th commit a crime? Like, I'm trying to get everybody, left or right, to get to consider, are you being consistent? I'm trying to be consistent. So, all right, let's talk about this whole thing about the First Amendment, where it begins and ends. All right. Been trying to figure out different ways to do this to where it's easier. Okay. All right. So where does the protest end and obstruction begin? So let's talk about that. First of all, let's see if we can get some feedback. This is a new thing I'm trying to do. On a scale of 1 to 10, how clear do you think the line is between protest and obstruction? Drop your number in this chat. So let's see if we get some. So drop your number between 1 and 10. Where do you do you think the line is like really clear? It's just that definite, or do you think it's kind of like it depends on the case? Or do you think it's just really, really obscure? Okay, so we don't have anybody saying anything. All right. Like maybe a 5, Kitty says. So anyway, if you want to drop it in later. But hopefully just trying to get people to think. This is my goal here, is to not convince people to think like me. My goal here is just to convince people to think. Why this matters now. ICE operation, Metro Search in Minneapolis. There's 3,000 agents versus these massive crowds. Renee Good shooting. She was a mom killed during an ICE raid. I tried to put that as unambiguously and inarguable as possible. She is a mom. She was killed during an ICE raid. Right. Judge Menendez injunction: no pepper spray or arrest for peaceful observers. But where do you define peaceful observers there? Right. DOJ is appealing. Trump DHS calling it domestic terrorism. Again, words matter. Like, what is domestic terrorism? What is terrorism? Does the legal definition of terrorism actually even matter here? Waltz and Frey are calling it propaganda, the whole terrorism thing. Which, if you look at the actual meaning of the word terrorist, it is propaganda. There's not even a law on the books about domestic terrorism. And none of the things that you would charge terrorist type things, none of those laws are even being prosecuted. Hook. All right, so okay. So what is the law? Let's go to the law. The law says whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in Section 1114, federal officers, including ICE, while engaged in official duties. You get 1 year max in prison. If there's physical content or intent to commit another felony, up to 8 years. Deadly weapon or bodily injury, up to 20 years. So you have to forcibly here. Did I? I thought I had the case history here, but I didn't put that in. Oh, here we go. So these are the key court precedents. The word forcibly matters here. It's the most important word in this entire sentence. And there's been actual court rulings on what forcibly means. It's not just put in there as word filler. It's an adverb. All the rest of the words are verbs. The courts have ruled for 70 plus years. Right here is where I'm reading, if you're looking. Courts have ruled for 70 plus years, forcibly modifies every single verb: assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, and interferes. So it's forcibly assaults, forcibly resists, forcibly opposes, forcibly impedes, forcibly intimidates, forcibly interferes. And this, by forcibly, means physical force or credible threat of physical harm. It does not include purely verbal criticism. So saying, ice sucks, I prefer my ice crushed. You know, what do you call a ICE agent with a Klan cap on? An ice crime cone. Like, all of those things, they're insulting and they're annoying and they're really, at least in one case, a really terrible pun. But all of those things are actual criticisms and are not illegal. Shouting is not illegal. Honking is not illegal. Filming from a distance is not illegal. Passive presence is not illegal. You have to be physically interfering. And that is really the operative word. Physically interfering. No, we're staying. Thank you, Skippy, for this warning. We're not going down that road again. This is broader than that. This is actually, I think, why we need to have this conversation. Is it's about what constitutes interference, because this is like the whole thing, right? Like with what does interference mean? What does obstruction mean? And that's significant because you still have a First Amendment right? Like, Donald Trump is calling all of these people domestic terrorists and paid agitators, which, by the way, being a paid protester is legal. I mean, they're not paid protesters and they're not agitators. They're protesting because they have a conscience, and what's doing violates their conscience. Whether it violates your conscience or not, they still have a right to their conscience. So this is about more than one person or more than one incident. People have a right to protest, but the question is, what does protest mean? What does protest mean? If you're following behind somebody, if you're following behind ICE agents and you're blaring your horn and you're warning immigrants that the ICE agents are coming, and you're just honking your horn and honking your horn, but you're not in ICE's way, and you're not physically impeding them, then you're not in violation of the law, because it says forcibly impedes. And forcibly has been determined by the court, case after case, that it has to be forcibly, has to be physically. So like here, there's Long versus the United States in 1952. An indictment was rendered defective because forcibly didn't require, because there was nothing forcibly there. And the Eighth Circuit in 1976 reversed a conviction for no force equals no violation, United States versus Camp. United States versus Schrader, Eighth Circuit again, jury instruction error forcibly applies to all verbs. The jury was told that it didn't, and it does. United States versus Arrington, vehicle as weapon requires proof of forcible intent. Pattern jury instructions, 4th, 8th, 9th, 11th circuits, all explicitly require proof of force. So what qualifies as proof of force, or what qualifies as force and what doesn't? Okay, First Amendment protections. Peaceful and unobstructive protest is protected, according to Judge Menendez in his ruling. Examples of protected activities: filming ICE from public space, safe distance, honking horns, shouting criticism. This is what the judge said. This is not what I'm saying. This is what the judge said. Following ICE vehicles at a safe distance, and marching without fully blocking traffic. Fully blocking traffic. So if traffic can go by, it's not obstructing. When it crosses into obstruction, physical force or threat, pushing, grabbing, blocking blocking path with body or vehicle. So if you're not letting people drive by, that's blocking. If people can drive by, that's not blocking. Using vehicle to ram or threaten, damaging federal property, physically preventing arrest. So taking Skippy's concern to heart, this is, again, more than about Renee Good. This is not just about Renee Good. So don't, make this all about Renee Good. Please, we can talk about something else. There are more protests and more people being arrested and more things going on than Renee Good. But the key thing here with all of this conversation is that it has to be forcible according to the actual words in the actual law. It has to be forcible. It has to be physically impeding or physically preventing an ICE agent. So yelling at an ICE agent, your mama is a skid mark, is annoying and in bad taste, but it doesn't constitute forcible restraint. It doesn't constitute forcible interference. So it's legal. It's unkind, but it's legal. I don't know what you're thinking is not correct. And this is sick of Apple and Google putting LLM. This is, you can't just dismiss something because they used AI. It doesn't mean it's wrong either. I think with all of these things, there's you can't just ask AI, like, you have to review it and you have to vet it and you have to consider it and push back if you notice something wrong. But just because somebody used AI doesn't make it wrong. That's like saying, oh, I don't like AN, like CNN, or I don't like this, or I don't like that. Like, the source still has to rely on certain facts. And if those facts don't change, like the fact that I used AI to gather this information does not mean that Menendez didn't say those things or didn't change the wording in the law. Yeah. What do you call 20 ice agents in a blender? A frosty. Okay. They have used domestic terrorists as much. Did you like that one, Patsy? They stopped using the term domestic terrorist much. Sorry, I see her laughing. They stopped using the term domestic terrorist as much, and now are people calling domestic insurrections. So it's funny that this is now an insurrection, right? But actually trying to overturn the election results was not an insurrection. It's just like they just make words mean whatever they want. Okay. So protected protest. Filming, okay. All right, we're going to skip over the Renee. So the one thing about the Renee Good thing, and this is where you start, I don't even know if I want to talk about it. We're not going to talk about that. So, all right, let's just. The other thing is it has to do with the whole the whole Bob Lemon thing, right? And so there's this PACE Act that says you can't protest or impede churches or abortion clinics. And so these people were just minding their own business, having their own church service when the protesters came in, because the pastor guy was a member of ICE and like a leader of ICE. And he was also the head pastor, and he wasn't even there. I think that those people were in violation of the law. I think that the people in the church had reason to believe in free speech. And I think the people that protested there and entered that church, I don't have a problem with them being prosecuted because they broke the law. They did something they shouldn't do. I just think that there's also the flip side of that, where people morally defend Westboro, like the people that because it's from a public sidewalk, changes the legality of it. And I think that's kind of a loophole. It violates the spirit of the law. The people that are burying their child have the same right and should have the same respect for their religious right to bury their child in peace. And so I find it like interesting that you have people that will defend one act and not the other, or criticize one act and not the other. To me, both are right or both are wrong. There's a difference in legality, but there's not a difference in morality. If anything, I would say that the people from Westboro were more immoral because of the situation. Like they're burying their loved one, and they're just making them this random people that have nothing to do with Westboro Church or with gay rights or anything. The only thing that happened is they had somebody they loved die for their country. And so it's like you get these patriots and stuff that talk about, that want to lionize the military all the time, unless they die in Westboro Church, protest their funeral for gay rights. Then all of a sudden, they deserve this and their family deserves this. So anyway, I would love to hear any thoughtful comments that you have on either of these situations, like on being logically consistent. Were the protesters right or wrong in both cases? Or do you see some sort of distinction beyond public sidewalk? What about the press? Is the press covering a protest? If the protesters do anything illegal, does that automatically make the person in the press participating in that crime? Like, there were people from January 6th who were participating in the crime and claimed to be press, who were prosecuted. The distinction with Bob Lemon is Bob Lemon wasn't participating in the crime. He wasn't chanting. He wasn't involved in the actual distraction that the protesters were in. And he interviewed the person that was leading the protest. He also interviewed the pastor. So did he participate in the crime? Did he instigate the crime? Was he what was he protected by not the right to protest? This is what I think is so interesting about it, is this is not about the right to protest for him. They violated that right by entering the church and violating the other people's right to religion. But does he still have a right to free press? And I think these are things that should make us think, and not just either reflexively defend or attack his position because it's the other side, which is why I'm trying to bring up that sometimes the page's script, the script flips. And when the script flips, do you flip? Lefty is a disease. Yeah. So that, I don't know what all that means. Like, these are the kind of comments we can do without. Like I said, people like you are sick. I don't know what I am saying that's hateful or sick. It's the First Amendment right to yell. Yeah, that's actually I'm trying to think of a little slogan. You can the First Amendment doesn't have a decibel limit, something like that. like you're there was one guy that or one, I think it was woman actually, that was it's like on Twitter, Asen. I don't know if you guys follow Asen, but he's got a lot of clips. And he had somebody that was saying that they're all for free speech, but keep your speech to Substacks. And it's like, that's not what the founding fathers meant. The founding father, the whole point of protest is to protest where the people you're protesting can hear you protest. George W. Bush used to have like these little protest camps set up where you could go and you could protest in these little pockets, right? Where he couldn't hear you and he couldn't see you. And it's like, well, there's no point to protesting if nobody can see or hear the protest. Oh. So somebody was talking about the Klan Act. Okay, so let's. All right. Even Stevie Wonder could tell. Yeah, let's stay away from. Renee Good is like, I understand Skippy's frustration because we spent like a week debating Renee Good, and no matter what I could talk about apple pie and people would. I literally did talk about apple pie and they turned it into Renee Wood. That's kind of like obstruction of justice. I'm not for ICE's aggressive manner. I'm for getting involved. In California, don't really know about it. And that's where that word forcibly really comes into play. The line is forcibly. Are you physically preventing ICE from being able to do their job? It does. Audibly preventing is perfectly legal and part of protest. Blowing whistles is legal. Alerting undocumented migrants that ICE is coming is legal. That is part of free speech and it is legal. You can disagree with it until you're blue in the face. It does not change the First Amendment. Like the whole idea, like the Boston Tea Party was a protest, right? Like our country was literally founded on protest. Why do you think they put that in their First Amendment? So that you could like write polite, angry letters to your congressman? No, protests are not supposed to be polite and courteous. And if you're worried for your life, don't run over a car and shoot the car you just got in front of. Oh, somebody got banned. Thank you. Were they being a racist? So yeah, I've got so we had actually like regular listeners that are and watch viewers that were getting tired of the channel by the trolls on the channel and just like some just, you know, I don't know if they're bots or trolls or whatever, but they have no interest in actually participating in conversation. They just want to yell mean and hateful things and use racist slurs and slurs against people that have disabilities. And that's not helpful or conducive to conversation. So Kitty is helping me filter out those comments. And so you get 3 strikes and you're out. And I'm glad she's doing it because I'm too nice. And so I don't do it, but I needed somebody to come in and lay down the law, so to speak, since you guys love the law so much. That's the law. Just don't use racist slurs or the R word and you'll be fine. Like that's pretty much all that. And also don't repeat the same comment over and over. Like sometimes I get these people, they post the same comment 50 times. Yeah, you'll get put on timeout for that. The terrorists walking the streets and attacking ICE agents and police aren't protected. What is a terrorist? Define terrorist. Like what is attacking ICE agents and police? What does attacking mean? Is blowing your whistle attacking? Is calling somebody a name attacking? Which ones have been? I think there's been like 30. I think I read it's 30 arrests. It's either 30 or 60. Let's say 60. People that have been arrested for assaulting ICE agents in Minneapolis. So that's like out of the thousands that are protesting. And then of those, many have already been released and not charged with anything. No one has actually been charged with assaulting an officer. They've all just been arrested. And we've seen ICE lie about people assaulting ICE officers before. They arrest people and then they never charge them. They let them go. And they just arrest them so that they can detain them for several hours. And which is a violation of their First Amendment rights and their Fourth Amendment rights. So go ahead, define for me a terrorist. I wish you people cared about this as much. Who's talking? What is terror? What do cartels have to do with anything? And what terrorists were we just allowing in? I wish you cared about the card, because you know what happens is when you're sitting there and you're using all of these mechanisms to go after just random people and drag American citizens out of their house in their underwear. You know what you're not doing? You're not going after the cartels. You're not going after the terrorists, whoever they are. You're distracting from those things. Yes, forceful interference is force. I think the word in the law is forcible, but yes, and that means physical. It means like you have to be physically impeding them. We're not talking about Renee Good. I'm just skipping over Renee Goods. We can use your morality. Yeah, okay. So is it moral for ICE to drag an American citizen out in his underwear? Let's use that. Like we know it's illegal. Is it moral? A lot of what ICE is doing is immoral. You know, just running up to random people being a racist, saying, "Well, you're black and have an accent, therefore you must be here illegally." You know what? 80% of people that are here from that are foreign born, 80% of the foreign born people in America are here legally. So there's an 80% chance that if you see a person of color with an accent, that person is here legally. But they make it, if you are here, if you have an accent and you're a person of color, you have to carry your papers. And if you don't carry your papers, we can detain you and we can drive you around and we can beat you up and leave you in a Walmart parking lot. So tell me, is that moral? I mean, we know it's illegal, but I don't know that it's moral either. Like what morality, unless you're agreeing with me, but it sounds like you're trying to what about me? I agree. A lot of what Weiss is doing is not only illegal, it's also immoral. I already read, I just went through all that. Interference of a federal agent means physically impeding, physically interfering. The word the law uses is forcible, and I just went through, I read court case history of this, that the word forcible, which means physical or physical threat. So if you say, shoot an ICE officer, that would be physical. If you say, one more step and I'll shoot you, that would also be physical. Or tackling an ICE officer or a federal agent would be physical. Or stepping in their path would be physical. Blocking them from going past would be physical. If Renee Good had moved her car up and blocked, literally blocked and prevented the ICE agent from passing, that would be physical. But being in the other lane and not preventing them from going past is not physical. It's inconvenient, but it's not against the law. Oh, did you get your degree in page agitating? There is no such thing as paid agitators. I know that Donald Trump said it, and so you believe it, but no, there's no there is no evidence that there are paid agitators. Nancy Pelosi has Ashley Babbitt. No, she doesn't. Actually, guys, it was 17 feet away from the rear bumper. I don't know what you're talking about. You recorded what and sending it in? I have no idea what you recorded or sending. The whole thing is like being recorded. That joke says more about you. The crushed ice joke or the slushy joke? Oh, come on. Have a sense of humor. The parents of Mrs. Good. My goodness. Morally, it feels wrong. These are the same people that get all that were telling Renee good jokes. Morally, just for the record, I am not suggesting that we put 20 ICE agents in a blender. Okay, and just to clarify, I am not condoning violence. Morally, it feels wrong to deport nonviolent criminals, immigrants. Okay. So I read you wrong. It feels wrong to deport nonviolent immigrants, but legally, anyone that's an undocumented citizen is here legally. That's a crime, just not on murders levels. Yeah, and that's why, like, first of all, I apologize for misreading your prior comment, and so thanks for not just leaving. But that's why I think that we need to have conversations. Like I say this all the time. We need to have real conversations. We need to discuss things beyond just beyond the debating points. Like we need to have a real discussion about immigration at some point in our country. We haven't had any major immigration reform in over 20 years, over 30 years, actually. I think the last time was actually under Reagan, so it's more like 40 years. I'm getting old. This is a civil war. I don't think it's a civil war. I think Donald Trump wants it to be one. Bruises, he didn't have eternal bleeding. I don't believe that. All you have is Pam. The only like DHS is saying that, but I don't believe them. They just lie so much. I do not believe it. I think it's an outright lie. He didn't even get knocked hard enough. First of all, he didn't get knocked at all. He dove into the car, which is evident from all the footage. And I don't want to go into all that. He's not bleeding. I'm trying to stay away from Pam Bondi or from Renee Good. Democrats do not do an insurrection every time they lose an election. Hang on. Yeah, FACE Act. That's what it's called. Tim Walz told his voters that they were at war. No, he didn't. Did all right. So let's. No, Walz didn't say his voters were at war with the federal government. Here's what he actually said. What Walz said: "We've never been at war with our federal government." So he said the opposite. I don't think any governor in history has had to fight a war against the federal government every single day, describing his own position as governor. The context. These statements came in early to mid-January after an ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good during an operation in Minneapolis. Walz was responding to a massive federal surge of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 ICE agents into Minnesota, and he prepared the National Guard for potential deployment. In his January 15th speech, Walz described federal action as a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota and encouraged Minnesotans to document ICE activities, but didn't frame it as voters being at war. The controversy, critics characterize his rhetoric as inflammatory and essentially declaring war on the federal government. The DOJ subsequently subpoenaed both Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, investigating for potentially conspiring to impede federal law enforcement. So a lot of blather, but no reality behind it. This is like if you want to say that Donald Trump didn't mean it when he said fight, he was just speaking rhetorically. Like, like I don't see how you go from we're not at war with the federal government to we are at war with the federal government. Yeah. It's like they all make words mean whatever they want, deep, insightful, and mind altering. Turns out you get bruised if you jump in front of a car. I don't even know if he had bruises. If he did, he gave himself to him. He threw himself on the car. There's a guy that broke this down and like was pointing out that the footage that makes it look like he got hit by a car is like if you like with a Hollywood actor where they get the angle, and if you get the angle right, it looks like he's getting punched in the face when he's not actually getting punched in the face. And so he showed that footage. He showed the footage of him getting hit alongside the footage where it doesn't look like he's getting hit, and then showed the 3D model, and it really makes everything like I think that there are people that honestly see him getting hit, and it's because they're looking at that one footage, and which also was sped up to make it look worse. And so like when people do things like alter videos, they're not being honest. That they alter them for a reason. So and then there was this neighbor that was interviewed by Chris Hayes that was saying, like, even before the officer's footage got out, she was saying it looked to her like, and she said she's not even political. She just wanted to clear the record for based on what she saw. And so she said that it looked to her like he had kind of dodged out of the way of the vehicle and then leaned on the hood and then shot her in the face. And so that is consistent with all the footage. And so anyway, I don't want to go through all this again because it's been like only 400,000 times. But just in case you haven't heard that, and there is an actual logical explanation for why some people might have seen it different ways, is because that angle gives an optical illusion. I haven't seen a bruise. So yeah, somebody said. So you believe what you were? A bruise is internal bleeding. Seriously, do some research. I haven't seen a bruise. And you can be bruised without internal bleeding. I've had bruises all the time. If they went into a black church, you would. Well, the one guy did go into a black church and shoot a bunch of people, and you still didn't lose your mind. But no, I think you misheard me when I said that I think that they should be convicted. They should be tried. I think they broke the law. I don't know why it has to be that because you have a double standard, I have a double standard. So like some MAGAs didn't think my Celestia joke was funny. We must collapse under lefty oppression, or we are white supremacist, racist, bigoted, Nazi fat. Well, at least you admit it. No. Dan Lemon calling himself a Christian when he has a. Well, yeah, I don't think that the Trump administration is helping itself by not letting this be investigated. It's standard practice that in officer involved shootings, it's investigated. So they are going against the grain. They are not following their own policy, involving the shooting of an officer that didn't follow their own policy. So I'm getting way behind on the comments again. Even he met up with the group beforehand. He was clearly involved. They were trespassing. Well, he might have known the protest was happening, but he wasn't actually. He was not necessarily a part of the protest. And if they, if they charge him and get it past the grand jury and get a jury to convict him, then that's fine. I just find it hypocritical, or maybe not hypocritical, but I find it's a double standard for people that will say that what he did was wrong, but that what the press from January 6th did wasn't wrong. Like, are you consistent? That's all I'm asking here is, are you consistent? Oh, so there's the, you are defending the destruction of others for not thinking like you. We have to get our own thoughts and feelings. I don't know where I did any of that. I honestly don't. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know where you interpret that. Yeah. The press has every right to cover as long as they're not protesting or making it. So does that apply to January 6th? Or does it only apply to Don Lemon? Charlie Kirk demanded the release of the Epstein files. Somebody's got to make a comment about the Epstein files every time. Trump jumps the gun on anyone who disagreed with him. He says they're guilty before proven that they are. Trump never takes responsibility. He blames Biden for almost absolutely everything, or Obama. Yeah, if he doesn't blame Obama, he blames Biden. If he doesn't blame Biden, he blames Obama. If anything goes right, it's his fault, or he gets the credit. If anything goes wrong, it's either Biden or Obama. But I call this out. Well, you know what? I said I was only going to call it out when people were insulting my intelligence. But be careful about those apostrophes. And we used to prevent mobs from targeting. No, it wasn't. Like, what does targeting mean? Targeting Republicans. You mean protesting their policies? What about the Tea Party? Not the Boston Tea Party, but the Tea Party from the Obama years. I don't censor speech I don't like. First of all, I'm not censoring anybody. I'm booting people that use racist words and disabilities as pejoratives. That's my channel. I don't like that in here. You can criticize me all you want. You can have whatever opinion you want. I'm using people as a pejorative is not something that I sit well with. You can call me an idiot. You can call me a moron. You can call me stupid. You can call me anything you want other than the R word or a racist slur or an anti-Semitic slur for that matter. Well, you're entitled to believe that. But you know what? Your belief is like, you can't be talking about your religious freedom and not also be talking about someone else's religious freedom. If somebody else doesn't think that homosexuality is a sin, you do not have the right to tell them it is. And he wasn't going in there. He wasn't going in there to insist on his rights or something like that. He was, and they weren't there protesting anybody's religion or Christianity. They were there protesting ICE. And like I said, they were there illegally. They should not have done that. But they were like, let's be accurate. Nobody's religion was being attacked. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. The FACE Act makes the protesters criminals. Yes, I agreed. I've mentioned that several times. I know Frank and I get that on a lot of other chats also. They don't like something you say. No, I'm only banning people that use racist slurs and the R word. That's it. And I'm even displaying your comment here. Like, if I were really censoring you for disagreeing with me, why would I display that comment here? And I'm not the government, so I can't censor anybody. But I can decide, like, that who I want. If I want to get rid of somebody from my channel because they're being disruptive to everybody else and being a racist, or then I'm allowed to do that. It's funny. Protesting is more American than apple pie and baseball combined. Those in charge want us to forget this. Yes. Our country literally exists because of protests. If you don't think we don't need ICE, you guys are fools if you don't think we don't need ICE. So you're saying you're a fool if you do think we do need ICE? I think you're right, if that's what you are actually saying. The double negative is hard to interpret, but we got through, all the way through the year 2001 without ICE. It's not like we need ICE. ICE has only been here for a set couple of minutes based on our nation's history. Okay. Like, there's zero reason to believe that, but you believe it. Okay. If you don't like something we say, move on to the same thing. I don't know what that means. I don't care if I like what you say or not. I just don't want racist stuff appearing on my channel. Like, it's the racist stuff. Like, if you haven't said anything racist, so you haven't, at least not that I've seen, so you're fine. And people get warned. We warn them. Okay. Not sure what relevance that has. She wasn't, we've been through this so many times. She wasn't blocking them with her car because they were driving past her. You can't say she was blocking them if they could drive past her. And this was also clear in court history. You're not being blocked if you can get around. Oh, I didn't even see I can't watch him speak. And it was like that he was lying whatever lies he was lying while I was getting ready for the show, and so I didn't have a chance to read any recap, so I don't really know anything about what happened. But generally, his voice, just the sound of his voice is so yeah, his just hearing him talk is grating. If I walk into the kitchen and my wife is watching the news and he's talking, I make her stop until I'm out of the kitchen. I cannot handle that man's voice. I just, everything he says is just like a string of lies. What TF is aggressive manner? Can we arrest murderers a little nicer? I don't know what that's responding to. Sorry. But if no, it would not be biting. I don't know what you mean by what. Okay. I'm not sure the context of the question. I think the right and the left are almost there, bro. There's corruption on both sides, no matter what we do. There was the rate was back in Trump because of the deep state. I don't know what, I've never seen any evidence that this thing called the deep state exists. I think that there is an established political machine for both parties, if that's what you mean by the deep state. I think Donald Trump's popularity is largely rooted in speaking to people that have that frustration, that there's no real change. It's just the same stupid arguments over and over and over again, right versus left, right? Like, and so Donald Trump threw a wrench in the works and came up with a whole bunch of different stupid arguments, but he tapped into the core feeling, which is just people are dissatisfied with the lack of solutions. And I think people like Bernie Sanders and AOC tap into that same frustration. Which is why I think you have people that went from Bernie bro to Trump supporter. It's more about just trying something different. And I think that the Democratic Party needs to like listen to that instead of just like trying to find something even more lukewarm than they already are. Be hot or cold, you know. It's like there's a verse in the Bible. Jesus says, "You're neither hot nor cold, so I spit you out of my mouth." That's the Democratic Party. Neither hot nor cold. Eve even tells how you really feel. Quit whining and I don't know what all that means. Helping illegals, is it though? I mean, there's a lot of studies that show that undocumented migrants do help our country, and we can't have that conversation about how to change the immigration laws to benefit the country because people are just too stuck in this quagmire of illegals bad. Can you people not understand that we voted for what? Did you vote for an invasion of Greenland? And the other thing, can you not realize that not everybody voted for this? There are more people that voted against this than voted for this. And you didn't care that people voted for Biden. You didn't say, "Oh, well, that's it. Biden won." People voted for student debt forgiveness. And you didn't care. Why wasn't that a mandate? And there wasn't a mandate for this. This is not even something that Trump ran on. He ran on getting rid of the worst of the worst. He actually even qualified that himself. I don't mean everybody. I just mean the worst of the worst. That's what Donald Trump said. The fact that you all are against ICE when they are the number one agency that deals. No, they're not. Again, people just make stuff up. And you know, we can just change that responsibility to somebody else too. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you think about Trump's rocks if you want. MAGA would protest if the Dems fed troops to their streets. Sent fed troops to their streets. The Dems will be in charge one day. And that's the thing, is everything comes back around. But I don't recall campaign slogans about, invade Greenland now. Sheriffs are Israeli tyrants. ICE are Americans and they're arresting people. No, that's not true. I mean, that's literally not true. It's just none of that is true. Yeah, I think we need to root through. I agree with that. The Democratic Party needs to do some house cleaning, and we need to have just like some moral cleaning, some psychological cleaning. Like we need to self-evaluate, what do we really want. And I mean that like both Democrats and Republicans and independents. And like we talk about independents as being this group that's in between Democrats and Republicans, but I think there are like independents that are like the fornicate this party that are just, they are so tired of all the, you know, just lack of getting anything done. We need healthcare reform. You know, like whatever you want to call it, Medicare for all, or even if you want to talk about healthcare savings plans, which by the way are just dumb, but we need to have real conversations and not just rubber stamping stupid things and saying this will work and then going on. Like we really need healthcare reform. We really need to talk about how the executive branch has been getting too much power, and Congress has been yielding it that power for decades. It's not just about Trump, and it's not just about Biden or Obama or Bush. We've been yielding this political power. We're supposed to have a balance of powers in the Constitution, and it's not balancing. We need to talk about that. We need to talk about immigration reform. We need to talk about, like, really talk about whether or not we actually need ICE, or whether or not ICE was just a knee-jerk reaction to, you know, the 9/11. Okay, so that's your first warning. Don't use that word or you're gone. Are you? No, I haven't seen them do more than blowing whistles. I mean, you can ask me if I'm stupid for just believing what I see. I haven't seen them do more than that. Anybody that does more than that, you know, fine, arrest them. But I see ICE agents just wandering up to people that are minding their own business and not even blowing whistles and demanding that they see their papers. Are you stupid enough to believe that every single person that they're attacking is doing more than blowing whistles, or even blowing whistles? The ICE is the aggressor here, and that's really an important distinction. Literally, the dictionary definition of terrorist fits perfectly here. What is the dictionary definition of terrorist? What definition do you think fits here? Let's look this up. What is the Okay, which dictionary do you want to use? How does this one look? Let's see if I can put this on here. Okay, so need to do this in two parts. Okay. So sorry, just want to put this up on the screen so that everybody can see it. And now we'll do the other one. Okay. Had to put it in two banners. So, Mr. Chaco, this is a terrorist is an individual or group using violence threats, or intimidation to create fear and achieve political, religious, or social aims, often targeting civilians for psychological immediate victims to compel governments or populations. Did I miss some of that? Psychological impact beyond. So sorry. So it's a terrorist is an individual or group using violence, threats, or intimidation to create fear and achieve political, religious, or social aims, often targeting civilians for psychological impact beyond immediate victims to compel governments or populations. The only one I can see doing that is the ICE agents. The only ones that I say trying to intimidate people and using violence to create fear and influence populations are the actual ICE agents. The actual ICE agents are the only ones that are guilty of terrorism here. If you're looking at the definition of the word, which is what you pointed out. I'm not filtering the chat. I'm just deleting people that use racial slurs, and the R word as a pejorative. Listen, I'm a conservative. I don't agree with a lot of what you liberals have to say, but the general population need to put differences aside and come together. Well, I think everyone's distracted. I really do. I think that, we're sitting here talking about Renee Good and Greenland. That's a distraction. Why did she drive? She didn't. She lived there. She had been living there for 8 or 9 months. She had her dog in the back seat. She had stuffies in the glove compartment, and she had just dropped her kid off from school. Do you think she drove 350 miles across state lines to drop her kid off at school? Like, do you not know that? I think I've actually even told you that before. So why are you still insisting on pushing this same lie? She lived in Minnesota. She had a house in Minnesota. She had a kid in school in Minnesota. So you guys who are cool with storming church, no, who said that? I don't understand where you got from me saying that they broke the law and they should be prosecuted to I'm cool with that. Did you not hear me say that? Or are you just like camped out into your position that I don't have and assuming that because you've been told I have this position that somehow that's my position? No, the people that protested that church assembly should be prosecuted for violating the PACE Act. Is that clear enough? What American citizen got dragged out of their house? This one. We talked about that at the beginning of the show. You weren't here. He's a 57-year-old Hmong man who was dragged out of his house right there. That's him being dragged out of his house wearing his underwear. He is an American citizen, has been for a long time. Everybody in his house is an American citizen. Nobody in his house and he have never, ever been charged with or convicted of a crime. They didn't have a warrant. We went through all of that. They just went in there looking for somebody else, grabbed the first brown person they saw and pulled him out. No, that doesn't say that. I've actually already read the actual law that you're citing here. And warning suspects of officers conducting their duties is not conspiracy to interfere with federal officers. Because again, it says The actual law says forcibly, which means physically removed, physically impeding. Forcibly is the, and there's like there's court history. Supreme Court's never actually heard it, but several circuit courts have heard it several times. Am I like half an hour behind in the comments? Dudes, I'm sorry. All right. White people have been falsely arrested in America at some point as well. I don't know where I ever said it was okay to falsely accuse white people. I don't know why this has to be like, oh, other people had wrong done to them at other times, therefore this wrong thing is okay. Like, what a weird comment. Are you the real Al Bundy? Okay. No, I wasn't, but I know how to read. I don't know anything about your grandma. I just know that nothing Trump has done with healthcare has gone into effect yet, so there's no way that could be true. I don't know what you mean. Okay, first of all, they let the when they let the ACA can't think of the word. Anyway, 1.5 million people lost their health insurance on January 2nd because they weren't funding ACA the same way. So, but I haven't said, you must be talking to somebody else. But yes, something Trump has done with healthcare has gone into effect. But that's not really the point of when I was saying we need to have a real conversation about healthcare. The Republican plan seems to be healthcare savings account, which have failed miserably before, and no real like, I don't want to like go fallacious here, but every economist I've talked to with a specialty in healthcare looks at healthcare savings plans plus high deductible plans as just not at all workable. There's something called a death spiral. And what happens is, first, the people that it is most unaffordable for pull out, which is what happened, because they can't pay for it. And then that causes like a less healthy population to be insured. And then that less healthy population makes it less profitable for the insurance industry. So the insurance industry has to raise the rates on their premiums. And then because they raise the rates on their premiums, more people have to pull out. And then the premium rates get raised higher. And then you have continually more and more insurance industries that aren't even putting plans out anymore because it becomes impossible to make a profit on it. And they're not in it for the good warm fuzzies. Trump has had multiple strokes this year. I refrain from talking about people's health because I'm not a doctor. And even if I were, if I hadn't actually, if he wasn't my patient, I wouldn't. ICE agents are not subverting the Fourth Amendment of the legal. Well, they literally did. They went into this guy's house and ripped him out, refused to let him show them his ID that proved he was a citizen. And yeah, that is they didn't have a warrant. That is exactly what happened. So, I mean, like, that's what happened. Just saying it didn't happen doesn't make it unhappen. There's like a literal picture of them doing it right here. Am I like a... Oh, because I just zoomed ahead. I was half an hour behind on the comments, and so I just bumped down to near the bottom. If I skipped over your comment, it's not personal. Mistakes happen. This is not a mistake. This is an illegal arrest. Right. Deport all illegal criminal ain't crime border jumpers ASAP. Okay. This guy right here, that's an American citizen. And I can tell by your little emoji there, or your avatar, that you're just a totally not racist person. You you saying Trump had strokes. I don't. Where were you? So where are you now? Like, I love it when you guys sit there and you talk about double standards and then you exercise the same double standard that you're accusing somebody else of. I wonder what would have happened if Joe Biden had just like habitually fallen asleep in cabinet meetings. Everybody here would have licked Hitler's boots. Yeah, the word bootlickers has come to mind a lot lately, along with goose steppers. You guys are talking a dangerous line and politically violent. No, we're not. What about telling a bunch of people that are about to go to Congress and try to sack the Capitol building to fight for America? If you don't fight, we won't have a country anymore. Does that sound familiar? Was that politically violent undertones? Do I need to say, but do so peacefully to satiate you? The big beautiful bill had nothing to do with health care. Well, unless your grandmother, and it had no effects on. Well, no, I'm sorry, you're wrong. It cut a whole bunch of people off of Medicaid. And anyway, I don't have time to teach you on this right now. My grandfather joined the U.S. At 17 to fight Hitler. Good, thank you. Or thanks to your grandfather, anyway. Two wrongs are still two wrongs, but people get compensated for government mistakes. But what is this is my issue here, Al, is that I don't think it was a mistake. I think they did exactly what they intended to do. They went into the wrong house and they still grabbed the guy. I think that there's when these mistakes become a pattern. How many times did things like this have to happen before you stop saying it's a mistake? There have been over 170 American citizens illegally detained by ICE in the last year. And that's a lowball number. That's just based on what Politico came up with. And there's not even a law that ICE has to like keep track of when they detain an American citizen. And this is like one thing I wish somebody in Congress would like make it a law that when ICE detains an American citizen, they have to keep track of that. Right now, they don't keep track of it. They don't even know how many American citizens they've detained. Why is nobody asking more questions about September 10th? I have no idea what September 10th happened. What is September happen? What happened on? I don't know. Oh, is that when Charlie Kirk was? I don't know why. Like Charlie Kirk. So September 10th is the day that Charlie Kirk was shot. And I think because we've moved on from the assassination of Charlie Kirk until Trump's FBI actually reveals more details, there's nothing to talk about right now. The number of migrants that we let in needs to be directly tied to the number of affordable housing. I don't know. None of that is like grounded in reality. I'm sure my 95, like, do you know that sometimes more than one person lives in a house and that not every single undocumented migrant Anyway, it's just there's too much stupid there. This is, I don't know if you know what Gish Gallop is, but it's when you throw like 20 different fallacies and misleading statements into one argument. And so then it's like if you address one of the arguments, there's like 10 more that are left unchallenged. But you know, like number one, you're exaggerating the number of migrants that we let in. Number two, you're making this false narrative that we need to like have a brand new house for every single migrant. Number three, you're acting like brand new migrants all move into the brand new houses. Number four, you're acting like the good paying jobs only migrants are taking. Number five, you're acting like good paying, like migrants taking jobs is taking jobs away from Americans. That number seven, you're acting like migrants that have jobs don't contribute to the economy with the money they make and money they spend. Actually, contrary to what MAGA would have you believe, undocumented migrants do jobs that Americans don't want, and by doing so, they also make money, which they then spend, and then they contribute to the economy. So actually, undocumented migrants have two primary functions in the economy. One is they take jobs we don't want, and two, they create jobs we do want. But that would require actually learning. And that's not according to me. That is according to the Wharton School of Business, which I'm pretty sure does have some authority to speak on these issues. Okay. There is a comment that uses a homophobic slur that I'm not going to read, comparing Obama to the current situation. And Obama didn't have people killing American citizens and arresting illegal citizens. And there's also like all kinds of differences. But if you're interested in actually knowing and understanding what those differences are, check my shorts, my YouTube shorts. There's a video on that specifically explains why the Barack Obama deportations are different. I don't, you know, I've created some of these videos for like standard talking points that are constantly being pushed by MAGAs. And so anyway. Obamacare made healthcare way better. There were 30 million Americans had healthcare because of the Affordable Care Act. The uninsured rate went down significantly. I can't remember what the percentage was, but like 20 or 30%. It was a lot. And there was this hole that between people that had Medicaid and people and you know, and then that, you know, like if you made too much money, you didn't qualify for Medicaid, but you didn't have enough money to afford health insurance premiums. And so there's this gap that was there, and especially with self-employed people. And so two things happened with the Affordable Care Act. One is that the number of people that were covered went down, or the number of people that weren't uncovered went down. The number of people that were insured went up. The other thing that happened that a lot of people gloss over is the number of people that were self-employed and starting their own businesses went up. And that's because they could afford to like take a chance to start things on their own. They were no longer bound by their government insurance or by their employee-based insurance. And so there was actually like a boon in self-employment after the Affordable Care Act passed, and nobody ever talks about that. Under Biden, we built 2 million homes during a time you spent. Okay, we didn't import 20 million people. We didn't import anybody. And the price of housing going up had nothing to do with undocumented migrants. This is just all gobbledygook. Okay, we tore your door arrest in underwear, but you're the wrong guy. Leap off, no apologies, no reflexing, no mercy. Yeah, okay. Trying to figure out. Sometimes these comments are text to speech, and so it takes a while to figure out. So he's saying that ICE agents came in and broke his door open, arrested him in his underwear, and then you've got people saying, "Oh, well, too bad, mistakes happen." So he's like, they didn't even offer to fix the door. And these are the same people that were pardoned, like, by January 6th terrorists. I've looked. I haven't seen any confirmation that ICE agents were actually that ICE has hired any of the January 6th terrorists, but there's no way to track that. So it's not unlikely. But yeah, I mean, you can't just like, if this was like, what was it? There was some death threats to a school board, and the FBI just like passed a note about it. And it was like anyway, the right wing made it out like this person was being religiously persecuted by the entire FBI, but literally kicking a guy's door open and dragging him out in Minnesota winter in his underwear is just fine. Oh well, they are 100% breaking the law of the Constitution. Yes, they are. No, Obamacare is not one reason premiums have gone up. You need to understand, and I really wish people would just like challenge what they think they know. Insurance premiums were already going up before the ACA passed. One of the main reasons we passed the ACA is because insurance premiums were going through the roof. I think it was like 14% annual inflation on insurance premiums. The Affordable Care Act actually cut the inflation rate for premiums in half. Then what happened is, kind of halfway through it, the Republicans passed legislation to sabotage it, and then that caused the rates to go up again, but not nearly as much as they would be up if we had never had it. And no illegal immigrants are on the Affordable Care Act. You have to be, you have to like, that's just not true. I don't know where you get your information, dude. My parents had their insurance triple because of, no, I don't believe you. I don't even believe you know how much your parents pay for insurance. Nobody, like, it's like when people just make stuff up. Just because you're on the internet doesn't mean you can't make stuff up. The people that lost their health insurance were people that didn't. No, that's not true. And anyway, I don't want to go into all that. We're not talking about the Big Beautiful Bill Act. Just as I've talked about it before, I just don't want to have the show derailed. We're talking about the free speech. Just this time is almost up, like remarks. It's similar to the rhetoric leading up to the assassination attempt. You're talking about with Kirk? I don't know. I mean, Kirk wasn't an 80-year-old man, or what is he, 79 or 80? Who's getting bruises on his hands because he eats too much aspirin and lives on a steady diet of McDonald's. I mean, and eats the aspirin because he doesn't want thick blood pouring through his heart. I mean, Donald Trump's time is almost up because Donald Trump is an old man who doesn't take care of himself. And that's not a threat or anything. It's just an observation. The only people that lost their health, I mean, that's just not true. False, I have had many patients lose health care who work full time. Any legal arrest is a mistake, except it wasn't a legal arrest, Al. Any illegal arrest is illegal. I mean, they broke into his house, didn't have a warrant, carried him off in his underwear. That's just illegal. That is not a legal arrest. A legal arrest requires a warrant. They didn't have a warrant. You're right that people that are 95, but I think what you're glossing over here is that there are legitimate reasons that people don't have 20 hours of work a week, or that don't work 20 hours a week and get Medicaid. And number two, Medicaid is not like a slush fund or something. You don't collect Medicaid. If you're healthy and you're not going to the doctor, you're not benefiting from Medicaid at all. Number three is that people that are on Medicaid, the Medicaid doesn't get paid to patients. It's not like you go to the doctor and then you get $500 or something. The hospital gets Medicaid. And so these people that are getting 20 hours a week or whatever and then lose their insurance, and then they go to the emergency room and the doctor takes care of them and it still costs the hospital money to take care of that person, the hospital then doesn't get reimbursed for that. So then the hospital operates at a loss. And so then the hospital goes under because it's not getting the money. It's not the people that are under 20 or that are working under 20 hours a week who are losing Medicaid. It is the hospital that treats the guy or the girl that is working less than 20 hours a week who is losing Medicaid funding. And there's already just like, I think it's 400 hospitals across the country, especially in rural areas, that, are already just barely staying afloat. And so when you take that money from the hospitals, those hospitals go under. And when those hospitals go under, especially rural hospitals, then everybody in that area loses health care or has to drive twice as far. So when your nearest hospital is 20 miles away and then it goes under, and your next hospital is 40 miles away and you're having a heart attack, you have 40 miles to go to get life-saving medical care, even if you have the best insurance in the world, even if you work 60 hours a week. This is not about like just, people who don't get it, don't work or whatever. No, this is about everybody. Everybody gets affected by this. I have no idea what that is supposed to mean. Can we ban people who don't know what the acronym PFP means? I don't know what the acronym PFP means. What is PFP? So I'm not going to ban people for not knowing something. Profile picture? Is that what you mean? I don't know. I'm not going to ban people for not knowing what PFP means. People calling ICE Gestapo is what's wrong. I would say that ICE acting like Gestapo is what's wrong. As far as I know, he didn't, by Donald Trump just being an idiot. Donald Trump is falling asleep in cabinet meetings. I don't know what, I don't recall any footage of Joe Biden falling asleep in a cabinet meeting. But does that make it okay for Donald Trump to take little nappy naps in the middle of the cabinet meetings? One of my favorite moments was when Marco Rubio was talking about how nobody else was as sharp and on point. I can't remember the exact words, but he was talking about how nobody else could be like so focused. That's the word. Nobody else had the focus to do what Donald Trump is doing. And Donald Trump, and he was like so emotive and like so impassioned in what he was saying. And Donald Trump was like falling asleep while he said, Donald Trump literally fell asleep while Marco Rubio was talking about how focused he was. That was hilarious. That should have been a comedy skit. I don't know if like so many of these things, Saturday Night Live should just be doing it word for word. Medicare and Medicaid isn't a dual coverage thing. Medicare is dual coverage. You can supplement it through private insurance. But Medicaid people, I mean, it's like ice cream versus gelato. Ice is Gestapo. Ice cream is gelato. Sounds like the workings of a song there. No, he didn't. But Joe, that doesn't change. Donald Trump fell asleep in one. If you criticize Joe Biden for falling asleep in them, why are you okay with Donald Trump doing it? We didn't import 20 million to. I'm so tired of that dumb talking point. Okay, we're done with you. I'm not going to ban you, but I'm just not going to read your dumb comment about 20 million immigrants anymore. Calling them Gestapo because you are happy to hurt Americans' housing and jobs just so that you can. No, I'm calling them Gestapo because they're physically assaulting people for not showing them their papers. Okay, Brian. I saw your comment live. I know that you think I'm always ignoring your comments, but I saw your comment. I'm going to respond to it right now. I usually don't see them, and then you get mad at me later for not seeing them and not reading them. Tim Waltz said the same thing about ICE not long ago. No, we actually already went over that. What Tim Waltz said was, let's see if Tim Waltz, we've never been at the war with our federal government. I don't think any governor in history has had to fight a war against the federal government every single day. So he did not say what you're saying, he said. He is saying that it feels like ICE is at war with us. He was not saying he declared war against the federal government. And when you've got 3,000 ICE troops running around the country, running around the state and beating the shit out of people, it's not surprising he feels that way. ICE patriotism at its core. If you hate them, you're not a patriot. No, ICE is not patriotism at its core. Was nobody a patriot until the year 2003 or whatever it was? It passed I think it passed in 2011, but it was sort of delayed in how it was rolled out. And the whole the individual mandate, something people forget, was actually it was a Republican amendment to it. The Republicans put the individual mandate into the Affordable Care Act. Dear Lord, can we get another analogy? Anyhow, the riot on Capitol Hill was a distraction for the real crime on January 6th. No, I agree with that. I don't know if you're talking to me, and I don't know what you're using as an analogy here. I think I'm talking about a comparison, not an analogy. But I agree. I say that the real insurrection was the entire play, the Green Bay sweep, and that the January 6th attack was just part of that whole thing. And perhaps it had gotten even beyond what they wanted, but everything was to prevent along with, people like Ted Cruz and so on, protesting the real winners of the state and all of that, was to just throw the election, the electoral confirmation into doubt, so that they would have this other plan in the 14th or 16th Amendment. Anyway, you're right. It wasn't, January 6th was not the real insurrection. It was, I say, it was the tip of the spear, but there was the whole spear behind it. Let those 170 sue in civil court. A lot of them are, but that doesn't mean it's okay. Like, why does it not? Like, if the FBI had been grabbing U.S. citizens out of their homes under Biden without even having a search warrant, would that upset you? I never said ICE is illegal. I said that ICE is behaving illegally. ICE only under very limited circumstances has the authority to detain American citizens, and those are like if they're physically assault, if somebody physically assaults an ICE agent or threatens to assault an ICE agent, they can. If they are physically impeding an ICE agent from being able to perform their duties, they can. And physically doesn't include blowing whistles or whatever. It means physical. I mean, it means like you literally have to either physically stop them or threaten to stop them. And so it's like, if you have a gun and you shoot them, that would be physically stopping them. If you have a gun and you say, one more step and I'll shoot you, that's threatening. It's a physical threat that can actually be carried out. Blowing a whistle is not a physical threat. Yelling ICE is coming is not a physical threat. This is according to the law, which says forcibly. And forcibly, according to previous court interpretations, means physically. So when they're doing that, when they're detaining people for that, that's illegal. When they're violating people's Fourth Amendment rights to like be brown and have an accent, and just going up to them and demanding that they show their papers. That's why we say they're Gestapo, because they're asking people to show their papers, and if they don't show their papers, then they beat the crap out of them. And if they do show their papers, they just say they're fake. Yeah, I think you can't come on here and you always talk about how you're a Democrat, but you never actually, and then you just not whatever. I'm not going to talk to I get tired of that when God come up with some new material. More than 60% of Americans are against Trump, MAGA, and ICE. Join the light and fight fascism. No, the Medicaid, I went through this. Medicaid affects the hospitals. To be fair, your disabled mom and your disabled brother, if they're on disability, they also have Medicare. My wife is on disability and she has Medicare. Also, ICE can legally arrest American citizens first around 24 hours. No, they can't. They can't just that's not true. That's not a valid statement. Fight fascism of leftism and their. Okay, you don't even know what words mean. My mom is 73 and your mom does not make $7,000 a month for Medicare. Oh, I see. My mom is 73 and they make her pay $7,000 a month for Medicare because she raises kids instead of working. Wow. It sounds like your mom might be she might be on one of those Some of those plans that they sell are like scams. Yeah, there's like like there's the supplemental plans, and some of those are scams. Some of those are real, and some of those are scams. You have to be careful with those. I don't know how the left are acting like fascists. I mean, I don't even think you understand what the word fascist means if you say that. Left is the opposite of fascist. Trump and Epstein kept children in stables. Like, first of all, like first of all, Christopher, with fascism, the number one thing about fascism is you all get behind an authoritarian leader, and everything is for that. And how do the Democrats do that? Like, what do you even mean that the left acts like fascists? Like in any historical understanding of what fascism means, how is that even a sensible statement? Okay, Trump and Epstein kept children in stables waiting to be raped. You're okay with that, MAGA bootlickers? I don't know that's true. I think with a lot of these things that have come out with the Epstein files, there's just, and actually I think that this is part of a way of diluting what really happened, is that there's people that called into the FBI and made these reports about things, and all of these things got released, right? So he threw out the abortion baby, and stuff like that, or the guy in the car that heard him talk about getting like offing this girl because she was not getting an abortion or something. Anyway, there's all these like things that have been leaked out of not leaked out, but released out of the Epstein files, that are these uncorroborated reports to the FBI that are no different than the VAERS report. These are just people called in and said things, and there's no evidence that those things actually happened beyond the fact that somebody said so. And so, and I think that the Trump administration deliberately released those things so that when the actual things come out, the Trump supporters, they were like, oh, that's we this is just another one of those things. It's to dilute the actual things that have yet to come out. So, I'd refrain from saying anything that's not corroborated, because it's just poisoning the well. Yeah, if you're over 65 and poor, you still qualify for Medicaid as well as Medicare. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. This guy is just calling anything. No, I'm not. I'm calling actual fallacies. And that, what you just said, is a fallacy. It's a generalization fallacy. I can tell you what type of fallacy if you'd like. And this is what the enemy likes. That's also a fallacy. I live in Port Angeles, Washington, and every single gas station and convenience store is owned by a foreigner. They were given those businesses for free because they. Okay, I don't believe you. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. They are not literally being given small homes and small businesses. Like, that's just not true. I don't know where you got that from, but whoever said that to you made it up. It is complete and total fiction. It is just not true. They don't receive government benefits. They just pay taxes. Never once met a logical conservative other than the ones who where just is it for the okay. They had logic but no morals. I'm just going to point out they made the same argument in the UK, and well, 20 plus years later, it's kind of not really. The First Amendment doesn't end. I have now your side is different. I don't. What did I say that's dishonest? So okay, what is my side? When I say that the protesters who went into the church and protested in the church were acting illegally because they were protesting, their protesting interfered with the other people's freedom of religion. Which side do you agree with? Do you agree that the First Amendment doesn't end for the protesters, or are you agreeing that the First Amendment doesn't end for the religious people? Because it's impossible for it to not end for one of them. Either the freedom of religion was ended by the other people's right to protest, or the right to protest was ended when they walked into that church. You know, I say it ended when they walked into that church. Do you disagree with me, or do you just want to sit there and camp out on your, the right wing is never wrong side? I have no idea. What about the other 300 million people who can't afford it? There aren't 300 million people who can't afford insurance because of Obamacare. So since that's not even a real thing, there's only 320 million people in America. And most of them aren't on the Affordable Care Act. I only applied because of the penalty for not having coverage. Glad that got negated. Okay, well, blame the Republicans for it existing in the first place. ICE is not there to enforce immigration. Yes. What they have been doing there has virtually nothing to do with immigration. Remember, what launched this whole thing and precipitated it has nothing at all to do with immigration. It was Nick Shirley's debunked video about these, daycare frauds. Now, before people get all irate and start yelling and screaming, yes, there were legitimate frauds involving Somali people. And those legitimate frauds were started under Donald Trump in 2020. Then they were prosecuted under Joe Biden in like 22, 23, and 24. Then Nick Shirley, these were different frauds. These were different programs. None of these had anything to do with daycare centers. One was about housing, and one was about food for children, and one was about healthcare or something. Anyway, they were each individually prosecuted, and the people that committed those fraud were all prosecuted. And every single person that was prosecuted was a legal American citizen. And most of them, I don't even think any of them were naturalized American citizens. They were all born American citizens. And the ringleader was a white woman, not a Somali woman or a Somali man. And but all of that was prosecuted. Then Nick Shirley came along. Donald Trump, after the whole remember the guy that shot the soldiers? And then he was from Afghanistan. And so then because of Afghanistan, Donald Trump banned all these people from all these countries from coming in, and said, if you're from Somalia, you can't, he paused citizenships for them. And then he just kept going on and on about Somalia. And he talked about, spread this completely debunked lie about Omar marrying her brother. And he kept just spitting out the word Somalian all the time, as though Somalia was like somehow the worst people on earth, and so he made this a thing. And then the Nick Shirley did his whole thing, which was actually just completely, he was fed that by the GOP front runner for governor. So he goes out and he leaks this video, and JD Vance just happens to follow this guy on Twitter or whatever. He retweets it. This was all a coordinated hit against Tim Walz. And then the news networks went out and they like found out, no, these are actually functioning daycares. And the state of Minnesota had been within, done routine checks on them and consistently, graded them and stuff. And they were full-fledged, actually functioning daycare centers. And then nobody talked about that. Like nobody has been arrested. Nobody has been charged. Nobody is being prosecuted for any of these frauds. But you've got like millions of families across the country that aren't getting their food because Donald Trump hates Somalians. And he made it all about Somalians. And he says Somalians, which is why Somalis is actually what it should be. Anyway, so he made it all about the Somali people. Even though not one single some person of Somali American descent, not one of them was undocumented or legal or an immigrant at all. They were all just born American citizens. But he made it about just hating Somalia. And so he sent all these ICE agents to, ground up all these illegal Somalis, even though there weren't any that were doing this. And do you have you heard anything new about this fraud investigation? Why are ICE agents investigating fraud? Shouldn't accountants be doing that? Anyway, the whole thing was just to terrorize Minnesotans. I have family that lives there. They're like Americans. They my ancestors go all the way back to the Mayflower. But that's what this is all about. It has nothing to do with immigrants. Sure it did. People are always have been covered. All right, that's just dumb. You don't even know like the basic is Medicaid hasn't always been there. My Medicaid, okay, well, that's because of Joe Biden's plan. Like, oh, I see. No, yeah, Joe Biden actually made them cheaper. The only thing that the BBB affected is if you, yeah, we've been through that enough times. There he goes again, right? I mean, I write off things that are like, if somebody says that cows are made out of marshmallows, I don't have to go through details explaining why cows are made out of marshmallows. Some things are just too ridiculous, too insane to discuss. Like saying "Don't suffer fools." There is always a boom with waste and fraud and abuse. That's government. Yeah, that's not really a thing here. There's also always a recession tied with austerity, but I doubt you know what the word austerity means. You can't even use percents. I don't even know what that means. Under Biden, 3.5 million came. Yeah, there's people that came in and requested asylum. And There's like all kinds of numbers that get mixed up with this. There's border encounters, which not everybody that was a border encounter crossed the border. I want to say it's 11.8 million border encounters. But most of the people that were encountered didn't enter, and a lot of the people that were encountered more than once. I think that you can't blame the Democrats for not trying hard. What Obama wanted initially, and I think would have worked, was just to have a public option. Like, you remember, I don't know how old you are, but he wanted to have a public option. He just wanted to have like a government-run insurance agency. And then if you didn't make enough money to afford insurance, then you could get help with that insurance company. And then if you wanted a different insurance, you could get that. But there would just be this option that was public. That's why it was called a public option. And I think that if he had been able to get that, then we would have had it would have been a lot better. The thing is the Republicans insisted instead on having the individual mandate. So what the insurance companies were worried about is, one, if you had a public option, why would anybody choose them? And this, to me, right here, this is the whole and some of the argument, is that insurance companies did want the public option because the insurance companies would not been able to compete with the public option. And that right there tells you, anytime you talk about regulation or reform or something, and the big business doesn't want it, it's because it doesn't work for that big business. And if it doesn't work for the big business, that means it does work for you. But yeah, I think if we had had the public option, it would have been better. The whole individual mandate thing was, if it was like, okay, if you don't have a public option, and you have all these people that don't have insurance, and then they get diagnosed with cancer, and then they go out and they get insurance one day on the day they're diagnosed, and then all of a sudden they're covered. And the whole idea of insurance is like balancing risk management. And so then you're giving the insurance company all the risk. There's no management. And so then the public option meant you have to at least pay into the system. And if you're not, then you're paying into the, some portion of it that's going to pay for the ACA benefits. And then the Republicans changed it so that the public option was no payment. But then that made it more expensive for the insurance companies, because then people didn't use the public option until they got sick, or didn't get insurance until they got sick. Stay in your lane. Which lane is mine? This is the last thing I'm going to say about it. So I'm young. This is not true. It is not true that almost all the new jobs went to illegal aliens as government jobs. And that is such a weird, made up thing. That, I think Trump has said something like that, and it's just such a ridiculous statement. Obamacare was cheaper and better from him. I think what happened is that there was a something. I'll talk about it tomorrow. but it was something to do with about an undercount in the census, and then that added people to the census, and then they just kind of made that up. They rounded it off, and then it ended. Then Trump looked at that and misunderstood what happened, and made it sound like everybody that got new jobs was illegal immigrants, which is just nonsensical. I mean, it's just nonsense, and it should be obviously nonsense on the face of it. But just because we're all yes, asking Claude this question, just not that I think it needs to be entertained, but you've got the one guy that's saying that I'm just like too easily dismissing everybody's, everything I disagree with. But it's just, this is like asking, whether or not strawberries are made out of, plastic or something. Like, it's such a ridiculous argument that it shouldn't need to be refuted. But here I am trying to entertain this nonsense. So no, this claim is false. Here's what the data actually shows. The misleading claim, the argument typically cites the Center for Intelligence Studies, for Immigration Studies, comparing 2019 pre-pandemic to 2023-24, showing a native-born employment down 138,000, while foreign-born employment rose by nearly 3 million. But this comparison starts before Biden took office. What happened during Biden's presidency? When measuring from February 2021, Biden's first full month through 2024, native-born employment 5.7 to 7.6 million jobs were gained. Foreign-born employment 4.9 to 6.1 million jobs. And that's foreign-born employment is not illegal immigrants. That includes legal immigrants. Foreign-born is not illegal immigrants. The Bureau of Labor Statistics foreign-born category includes legal immigrants and green card holders, naturalized U.S. citizens, refugees with work authorization, temporary workers with permits, students, and undocumented immigrants. The data doesn't break those groups apart, so claims about illegal immigrants specifically are extrapolations, not facts. Authorized work permits, standard chartered, estimated about half the jobs in fiscal 2024 went to asylum seekers, refugees, and humanitarian parolees who legally received work authorization. Economists note that foreign-born workers often fill positions native-born workers are less willing to take: agriculture, food processing, construction and labor. And immigrant labor has constructed to overall economic expansion, helping rather than displacing native-born employment. The claim conflates different worker categories and cherry-picks timeframes to create a false narrative about illegal immigration and jobs. So there, I did not just ignore it. I showed you why it's wrong. And, hopefully we can just move past this stupid argument. Obamacare was cheaper and better than a medical perspective, but wasn't good for capitalism. I don't know if everything needs to be good for capitalism. Sometimes what's good for capitalism and what's good for America are not innately the same thing. Some things I don't want the U.S. military to belong to a U.S. corporation. And I know that we've privatized. That was the going word. Like, from when I was in, nothing was privatized. And I know we've privatized part of the military, including like things like chow halls, and people that I know that were in the military before and after the dining facilities or chow halls or whatever you call them. They said that it went to crap. Like, we had good food when I was in the military, and we had like a base run dining facility, and they were like people, they would take pride in what they were doing. The people who ran it, like, they would try and scrimp and save, and they'd like do things to make Christmas dinners special. We'd have steaks on the 4th of July and things like that. And then afterwards, it just became like high school cafeteria food. No, he's stupid. The ACA is rampant with fraud. Obama almost doubled the national debt. Google it. Google is a tool to use it. I mean, use it then. Like if Google is a tool, use it. Don't just like shout out random statistics as though you have any grasp of what they mean. Look at what the national deficit was the year that Biden took office. All right, and then look at how much the national debt went up in that year, and then look at how revenue collapsed that first year. And tell me that revenue collapsing in 2007 when Obama wasn't even president, like the revenue that paid 2008, I'm sorry, 2008 revenue paid 2009 taxes. 2009 taxes revenue collapsed. All of that was set in stone before Obama took office. Then that deficit was on Bush, not on Obama. And that deficit was huge. Look at unemployment. Look at GDP growth. Barack Obama brought us out of the second worst recession in American history. Name the specific act the Republicans did. I don't know what specific act you're talking about. Are you talking about the ACA with the that I said it was an amendment. And it was actually part of Mitt Romney's thing. The act was the Affordable Care Act. Republicans want to pretend like they didn't have any say at all in the Affordable Care Act because none of them voted for it. But it's actually an extremely well debated thing that took over a year. Obama even said later on he tried to give the Republicans too much credit to engage honestly. He should have just rammed the whole thing through with his 60 seat majority, his filibuster proof majority. But he tried to be honest about it, and he suffered as a result. I just don't believe you, God. And I don't believe you anecdotally that that's the case. I know that mine went down about 40%. Yeah, well, you're the one that keeps saying things that are just patently false. My medical degree is from a place that rhymes with kale. Okay. Oh. Mine pales in comparison. Trump is literally dying and brain doesn't work. Well, his brain definitely doesn't work. I owned a company when Obamacare came into effect. Our employee premiums were cut in half. There you go. Okay. You're a liar. I completely lost my health insurance when Obama was signed. Yes, my patients was so much healthier with Obama care. ACA. I actually looked into this, and it's actually it looks like if you like get into the details and the ear is a lot of cartilage, and which heals really fast, and which bleeds a lot. And so if he got just had a piece of a fragment hit him in the ear, like not a full bullet. I think that there's people miss in both directions on this. I think that he probably really got hit by a fragment of the bullet or a fragment of the something else. I think he really got hit in the ear by something. And I think that but apparently that because it's all cartilage and there's so much blood flow, once you stop the bleeding, one of the things that actually makes things heal is blood. And so it's actually normal for an ear to heal that quickly. If it's just what it looks like was just a small cut, and I don't know he needed to have an entire tampon on his face for it. That was clearly Or I think that's probably like an exaggerated thing to make it look like he had this near death experience. But I don't think it was staged, or I don't think he cut himself. I don't think some fireman gave up his life for Donald Trump. Yeah, he is definitely not a healthy man. No, actually, God, you're wrong. If you were poor, you were on Medicaid. What this helped was the people in between, people that were in the gap, people that made too much money to get to be on Medicaid, but not enough money to afford insurance. So this is not like the bottom quintile. This is more like the second quintile. And you don't have incredible insurance. You don't have any insurance at all if you don't have an employer. To notch a radar, you need to move perpendicular to the emitter and make your closure rate. Most systems will filter your return out as it's seen as clutter. Well, thank you for that. Fascinating bit of trivia. Turn this. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I'm just. Oh, he's very, very angry that I just don't believe everything he says. This is just what age does, anyhow, and what the age does not with helping yourself. I agree. I might have missed something, but I stated that we need to discuss September 10th as the day future America passed. I mentioned it. I don't think that September 10th is the day that the future America passed. I don't think that Charlie Kirk's death is all that meaningful. I think that the whole Charlie Kirk thing is, I don't know, it's like nobody cared about Charlie Kirk until he got shot. Like if you were to ask me who is the future of the Republican Party, I would definitely not have said Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was about as bright as a Christmas tree bulb. Money is fungible, yes. That's true no matter what. Budgets can be vague, yes. Federal funds are spent in many ways when business is done. Well, that's where you start having problems. I don't know what your point is there, but yeah, when you're doing things through emergency rooms, you're treating people and you're doing actual care when she's actually treated, and actually has charges when she's negotiated with Medicaid. If there's fraud, it's on the hospital's end, but I don't know what that has to do with anything we're talking about. You just said a couple of things that are generally speaking true, but have nothing to do with each other or with anything to do with emergency rooms. It's the business that is improperly billing Medicaid. That there are businesses that are improperly billing Medicaid and that is a problem. That's most of the fraud, but even the amount of fraud, the whole Minnesota thing notwithstanding, is not what they make it out to be. And by the way, fraud is illegal and should be prosecuted. But I don't think that means that entire hospitals need to close down. Modern active arrays have Doppler filters that can mitigate the nothing effect. However, this and energy management is the best way to defeat a radar missile. Interesting. If I ever am threatened by a radar missile, Skippy, I will keep that in mind. Yeah, and the people that are on Social Security, that's I don't know. I mean, like, not it. Do you know how hard it is to get on Social Security disability? Like, if you're old enough, then there's no fraud there, right? Like, that's kind of like easy enough to ascertain. Medicaid, if you're on disability, you get Medicare, and that to get on disability is we have a much bigger problem with people that should be on Medicare that are not, or that should be on disability that are not, than we do with people that who are on disability that shouldn't be. I'm not saying the fraud doesn't exist. I'm saying the fraud is really, really difficult. My wife used to work with a company that they with doctors that would review disability cases, and they'd have people going like 3 or 4 or 5 times that were just very, very disabled and keep getting denied. I'm sorry, I don't recall what I was talking about when you asked me that question, or if you're asking me. Uh, my friend gets SSI. He was in a car accident that caused him to need surgery. Then the doctor screwed up. He suffered from muscular atrophy. Granted, he did sue his doctor, but he's also a maggot. I don't like using words like maggot, and I anything dehumanizing, I don't like to use. He complains about handouts too. Yeah, it's always like, well, it's not. It's like when you have these rural white women who have 6 kids and are actually collecting. They're actually on SNAP, and they're talking about how these other people are collecting SNAP legally. And it's like, it's not me, it's the other people. The anti-First and Second Amendment propaganda happening on Facebook currently is insane. People trying to tear down the resurgence of the Black Panthers because they are an armed militia is crazy. I don't know anything about that. I do know that there was this guy in Minnesota that had a gun, and he was like, I don't know, he was like an anti-ICE protester with a rifle, and MAGA was losing their mind over it. And it's like, well, I thought the whole point of the Second Amendment, what you've been telling me for decades now, is that the whole point of the Second Amendment is to protect from from a tyrannical government. And this is the problem I always had with that, is like, well, who's to say what a tyrannical government is? What if you're the tyrannical government? Like, if somebody else sees you as a tyrannical government, do they have that right? Or does it only happen if you think the government is tyrannical? I would say Governor Walz is responsible for. Okay, you can say that. I don't think so. I think if you didn't have 3,000 ICE agents there, this would not be going on. I don't think that they're arresting a lot of undocumented immigrants there. I don't think that this needs to happen at all. Tim Walz didn't invite them to come. Tim Walz is reacting to what is going on. How can he be like, do you know how the space-time continuum works, Brian? Like, nothing was happening until the ICE agents came there and started doing all this stuff. Then ICE agents came in and started doing that stuff, so people started protesting. Then people started protesting, so they sent in more ICE agents that started doing even more stuff. And then Tim Walz says, hey, don't do that. You're just giving Trump what he wants. And somehow this is all Tim Walz's fault? If Trump closes his eyes for 3 seconds, well, it's like the part where he's like lolling his head and drool is coming out of his side of his mouth. I remember one time you guys blamed Joe Biden for falling asleep when he like literally was praying at a place where they said let's pray. And then his head was down like half a second longer than everybody. He took an extra half a second to pray. And so you had this picture that you were floating around, making it look like he was sleeping instead of praying. DHS could have followed the law and easily removed undocumented criminals with the budget it's been given. And that's what I've been saying. They could have, ICE ICE is not only doing what shouldn't be done, they aren't doing what should be done. 8.5% of the people they've arrested are actually convicted felons. The worst of the worst, right? That's what it was supposed to be. You got what's her name, telling lies about 70% are criminals, and then that includes people that cross the border illegally, because that wasn't even a crime until relatively recently. So if you crossed the border before it was a crime, you didn't commit a crime doing that. I really want to disagree with ICE being Gestapo. My gut reaction tells me it isn't. And then, well, yeah, as much as my instincts are to be right-winged, he is right. I mean, I can understand, if you look at Gestapo versus ICE versus early Gestapo, it's hard to see the difference. They're running around and they're asking people for their papers. They're arresting people who don't have their papers. They're arresting people who have their papers, but they don't believe them. They are, in some cases, putting people in cars, driving them somewhere else, beating the crap out of them, and dumping them on a side in a different parking lot. A 17-year-old kid, they did this to. I mean, if they're not and if you're I'm not saying this to McGollick there, but if like me comparing them to Gestapo offends you more than them acting comparable to Gestapo, then maybe I'm not the one with the problem here. For the people who don't know. Yeah, multiple strokes. That's what she said. He has a point here. Yeah, you're just ignoring every fact. What facts am I ignoring? I'm like anytime somebody tries to point out a fact to me, I try to specifically address it. It's just a lot of the facts that are being pointed out to me are just not true. Renee, everything is Nazi. I think that you can go too far with that, but I think there's two dangers, right, Skippy? Like there's the danger of something, and I tend to lean more into fascist than Nazi, because Nazi includes some things that are not true with Trump. But fascist, pretty much down the line, everything is fascist. It actually is fascist. And I think that there's two dangers when you say something is fascist. One is saying something's fascist that is not. The other danger is denying something is fascist when it is, because you're just so not okay with the word fascist. It's the same thing with racism. If something is racism and denying it's racism, how will you ever address the actual racism? If something is fascist and you just deny it's fascist because it's offensive to be called fascist, that's just allowing the fascism to happen. And there are just go down the line of everything that is considered fascist. And Trump seems to be consistently a fascist. I don't defend the fraud. I think that people that commit fraud, including Donald Trump, including Senator Scott, should be prosecuted. Why is it that you think that I'm okay with fraud? There's a difference between being okay with fraud and saying hospitals shouldn't have to be closed down because they're not getting Medicaid funding. You just got to get to know Skippy. Skippy is a very unique individual, and he's he's a fun guy. I like Skippy. Are you okay with protesters going to? No, I've repeated multiple times. I think that they broke the law and should be, and I have no problem with them being arrested and charged. They are assaulting people whether they. So yeah, and that's like part of the problem. They have people consistently saying they showed their papers, and they were just dismissed as fake. Don't have a right to just walk up to random people and ask them for their papers. Like, if you really think that we should live in a society where even American citizens have to walk around carrying their papers, and you get all offended that I call you a fascist. Like, I'm not being inconsistent. Yeah, that's fascism. Who said that? Like, I never said that rapists and murderers don't offend me. I mean, but that doesn't mean that I'm okay with like racial slurs. Like, I can be both against rape and murder and still be against racial slurs. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I told you I would tell you when I would name the fallacy. That's called a false dichotomy. Look, illegal immigration should lead to deportation. However, we can at least be human about it. Like, you don't need to tie a poor bastard up when you're going to deport them, or like drag them. I mean, of course, the guy was a citizen, but dragging any human being into like 10-degree weather when they're in their underwear is just not humane. If they just stop attacking, they're the ones being attacked. There are literal videos of just people just sitting there talking on their phone and ICE coming up and tackling them. Like, don't assume just because ICE told you something it's true, or that Christy Garden Gnome tells you something. ICE guys too far a lot of time. Look, I am okay with ICE, but I am okay with enforcing immigration laws. I am not okay with violating constitutional rights. I think we're, on the same page there. In regards to Greenland, I would rather be alive with my angry neighbors than a radioactive wasteland with my friendly neighbors. What about being a radioactive wasteland with our angry neighbors? Like, I don't know. I don't know what you think is the threat to, like, if we don't invade Greenland, what is the threat to nuclear war? If we do invade Greenland, what is the threat to nuclear war? I think we're closer to World War III if we invade Greenland than if we don't invade Greenland. I think that if we don't invade Greenland, we keep NATO intact, Russia isn't like feel like this is what Russia wants. Anytime you get what Putin gets what he wants, you've got to really think about things. The problem is that ICE isn't even giving the people it detains for deportation judicial hearings, which was promised by the Constitution. Largely, that's true if they've been here more than 2 years. I think there's like if you're here less than 2 years, I don't know what I was talking about when you asked me. I haven't seen people attacking ICE in Minneapolis, and I know nobody's been charged with assaulting ICE in Minneapolis. I know that's like, I don't know what you've seen because I can't like be in your head, and I haven't watched what you've watched, but I have not seen ICE attacking people in Minneapolis. I have not seen people attacking ICE in Minneapolis. I have seen ICE attacking people in Minneapolis. Okay, anyway, we are coming up on the 4-hour mark. And that is about the end of it for me. I try to go 4 hours and then I go to the bathroom. So thanks for joining. If you are not subscribed and you feel so inclined, if you wouldn't mind punching that subscribe button, that would be awesome. And I'll be back tomorrow. And I hope you have a pleasant evening. And have a good evening and a pleasant tomorrow. Is that how it used to go? Anyway, appreciate you guys. Thanks for sticking around, whether you agree with me or not. It was nice to meet you there, Megalagog. I'm glad that we could talk without, and we're not in agreement on everything, but we could find agreement on something. So this is what I'm trying to find in these conversations. It's just conversation. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Appreciate you.